What's up? How we doing? Another day, another dollar. It is Monday. Money, Monday. Money, money, money in the house. How we doing? Money in the bank. Let's get through some of these levels here. Really only seems like there's one ticker moving today. Of course, I took Friday off. If you were not around on Friday, maybe some of you were, some of you weren't. I took Friday off. I don't see anything else new moving to Waka Waka Woozy. This is the new one here. WOK here. So Walk. It just popped up. So do we have WOK here popping up out of nowhere here? This looks like it was halted on news and was since the 26th there. Walk halted on PR, now live again. Big move here. All right, so big move there from Walk. WOK, WOK, WOK. And this had this weird spike up on Wednesday. I don't know if this is misprint, what have you. This was on the 26th, which would be Friday. So this was Friday's movement from WOK here. And again, the PR was halted. The play was halted there, and after hours, you can tell on Friday was some sort of waiting for PR here to come out, and this says. Halted on news pending. Of course, it shows that on Friday. Then it says still resumption time. It shows that here at 55 after. Then it does show the PR here from Work Medical Technology. Subsidiary obtains manufacturing approval for its AI automated blood cell. That's pretty big. That's pretty big news here. It's got a pretty good PR. Nothing I'm ever in love with PRs anymore, but the fact that this could possibly stay up is huge. We'll go to, there we go, boom. There we go. Not bad, not bad, not bad. We'll go to the statistics here on WOK, and we find the float is 130K or so. That is a really low float. All right, so there's our newest play. WOK. So we have two tickers out there. WOK so far in ASPC. What's up, Mims, if you're listening? Yeah, so Mims, 2018 was my first profitable year. 2019 was my second profitable year. 2020, moving forward from there. 2020 I made right at 100K. 2021, 22, and then you have the numbers from there. 21, 22 made 165K each one of those years. 2023 was my biggest year ever. I had what I did is called Trade Every Alert Challenge in October of that year through December, banking 100K every month, and that really upped my trades where I was trading 100 trades per month. So I made 300K from October through December alone. Then I started the year off on the same streak. And then it started slowing down in 2024. About summerish or so, I noticed it into the fall, winter, of 2024. And then big time into this year, I noticed my trades just really, there'd be some days where I didn't trade, and there still are some days I don't trade. Like today, maybe one of those days, possibly. We'll see. But there are, a lot more days here recently where I'm just not trading like I was, in 22, 23, 24. It was trading every day, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a day, depending on what exactly I was trading. The setups that day are always a little bit different. So yeah, it's just gotten a little bit slower over the past 7 months, 12 months or so, somewhere in there. Here are the tickers on watch so far this morning. All right, let's get into some of these levels here. All right, over to levels here, team. It is slower this morning. All we have ASPC and WOK Walk. Walk was halted up on news pending on Friday, and after hours came live right there before the top of the hour, now starting to come back down. Right now, and seeing that most of these plays have cracked back below the VWAP, ASPC is the only one holding the VWAP, and guess what? It's the play with no PR. Shocking, correct? On the way down here for Walk, we'll see if we get a bounce play. ASPC seems to have the mob for right now. But those are your main movers, Walk and ASPC. We also have SOPA and BNAI up this morning. There's a couple others, but there's really nothing holding the VWAP that's actually running that nicely. All right, for levels here, we'll go to ASPC, being that it is at least holding the VWAP among the plays that are spiking. We have 29.25 support, right around $29 where the VWAP's at. If we crack that, watch for a move down to $27.50. Under $27.50, we go down to $26.50. If we crack that, she is going to meander its way down into the $24 to $23 range. On the way up, $33.50. Resistance into that $33.75 pre-market high. This play also ran on Friday for you guys. Shocking. Here we go yet again. I thought this play ran on Friday. On the way up here, strong resistance starts at 34 and runs into 35. Over that, that's where this play can run and shoot on up yet again, watching for a move up to 37.80. And over that, that's where she could really take on off into the mid-40s, if not make the move to 50. To me, on the way up today, if we are going to hold and roll, again, look at pre-market on Friday. We held for a couple hours there into the opening bell, and it still held that first key level below the VWAP, which of course ended up being 1770 or so. I think that can happen today as well. And that first level of VWAP's not 1770, it's 2750, 2770. It just depends on the market, Mims. I don't really care either way. I mean, I go long, I go short, long cap, large cap, small cap. I'm the same way. Either way. It doesn't matter. It just depends on the ticker. The setup's always just provides on what I want to trade. If I'm like recently too, also like what's working. Find the trends within the trade. So what trends are working? Most trends that are working right now are either bounce plays or reversals. So this is what you're seeing a lot of. Either shorts at top especially for small caps. You're seeing a lot of this pop up, drop down, right? Pop up, drop down, pop up, drop down, pop up, drop down. So you're seeing that's where your shorts are mostly coming from. Reversals at high of day. And then your bounce plays are going to be your other key. Honestly, moving forward are going to be bounce plays. Bounce plays, so I'm going back and forth between getting a lot of bounce plays and then trying to short the top. There for a while, I was shorting trend line to shelf crack. So if like a shelf, like an area of support would build in, it would bounce and bounce and bounce on it. And then once it cracked, I would take that bottom side move. Same thing for a trend line. Trend line reform, it bounced on the trend line 30 minutes, 45 minutes for an hour or whatever, and then I would take that short once it cracked the trend. Those aren't working nearly as well. Again, bounce plays, as you can see here, and reversals up top seem to be the key. So I don't care. I go either way, my man. I definitely swing both ways, so to speak. Over to WOK here on the way down today, $5 support, trying to hold the VWAP. On the way down below that, I do see some nice 465 support. If it cracks that, it's the lower VWAP band has caught this play pretty nicely, where I feel like we've seen a lot of these plays just channel out to the right and don't fully dump down. Now, we've had those dump plays here and there. It's not going to be from Walk. So on the way down, 460 strong support. Up top, we have really strong resistance at 6 into the 625 mark. Now go back to past chart history here on WOK. And we have the pretty much the chart from the past couple of weeks where we just have not been able to clear over it. So you can see here, if you go back in time here over the last 15 days or so, 15-day, 15-minute time frame, there's been a lot of resistance from 6 into that 650 mark. A lot of resistance. Now, if we get over 650, watch for a pop into 680. Over 680, watch for a pop into 8 to around the 820 mark. And that's going to be your leg up there. Now, if this gets moving, the key, like most of these plays here, just going back to past chart history, this play is down in the dumpster fires here. It's been reverse split to hell over the past year or two, big time. So this is one of those tickers that 100% can run here. As you can see here, if you go back in past chart history, there's a massive, massive, massive gap in between around the $30 mark. I know it's 30, but all the way up to 300. So this does have some room to run today. And to me, it's getting over that $7 area. If it gets over 7, this thing can really start to move and make its way up to around the $10 mark. Could be the one ticker that gets a supernova going for us here to start the year. Oh, man. Reverse split city. All right, over to Sopa the Ropa. We've seen this play a few times here recently. Over the past couple of weeks, pop up out of nowhere, if I'm not mistaken, or is this just over the past, has it been a while? Okay, it has been a while. I think we did see it a couple times in December there pop up there, if I'm not mistaken, like the 18th of December, the 23rd. We've seen it a couple times in pre-market, and really more so, of course, you guys on Friday. It did get a bigger and better run there. So on the way up today, it needs to clear Friday's high of day, which is still struggling with right now at around the 230, 225 mark. If it can stay over that, which it's tried to here recently, that's going to be the key for continuation, is holding Friday's highs. Now back on the way on up for Sopa the Ropa, we've got resistance right now where we're at, 225, 235. Over that, watch for a pop up to 260 to around the 265 area. Over that, watch for a spike up to 285 to 290 in pre-market high. Now, if we get over 290 in pre-market high, watch for a spike up to around 310 to 320 mark, and then over that to around 350. Damn. Anthony Joshua in a car crash that killed 200. It was a car crash on Monday. That's the day over in Nigeria. He's in Nigeria. Why was he in Nigeria? He's not Nigerian. He's European, is he not? Wow. Was traveling in the back of a vehicle. Express no. Joshua's interest. Oh, his hometown. Okay, I didn't know that. When it was involved in a collision, 2 people were killed. Damn, man. Oh, burst tire on AJ's vehicle, which caused her to lose control of the vehicle, swerving to the stationary park. Damn. Man, if Anthony Joshua was in the front seat, he may have, man. Wowza. Just got that on my ESPN. All right, let's keep going. Other ones to keep your eye on today. BNAI is one to keep your eye on possibly. It's been chopping around. It's got the 140 bottoms right around 180 to 190 tops. Now, if it gets over the 180, 190 resistance area, watch for a pop-up to today. The real resistance comes in at 260. 260 to 265. Over that, then 320 for BNAI. questions you guys have, any stocks you want to go over here. We'll get over the large cap plays now. Start breaking some of these plays down. SPY, Apple, AMD, Google. Wow, all these plays look so similar. BABA. Wow, Meta. Okay, this is ugly. Okay, that's really sad. They're all together today, it looks like. Mims, what's your checklist before you make trades? What criteria should a stock have in order for you to, a lot of different things. I mean, I'll go over that in just a minute. I'm going over levels, so I do this Monday through Friday. It's called, they're called morning alerts. They're free for you guys this week and last week. I'm just trying to show you guys what I do Monday through Friday on my live stream. But the morning alerts are $30 a month, and I've got someone on my morning alerts that has banked a lot of money. So this is a great story. I love this right now. I'll show this right now. But Rick right here. Hey, Josh, just want to thank you so much for teaching me to trade the levels. Notice our sailboat is named levels. That's right. Dude's banked so much using my morning alerts over the past 2 years. Dude's got a sailboat. And yeah, has turned his 950K, which is a big account I get. You know, there's a lot of people that come to me from all different ages. I work with people that are brand new, never done this before, have no money to their name. And I've worked with people that have a huge account, lots of money, and they made a great career on their own doing something else. And now they want to turn their big account, their money that they saved. And as they did here, this guy, he got these in March of 2024. He actually canceled May of 2024 because he went on a 2.5-month vacation to Europe from June, July into August. So he took about 2 to 3 months off. So essentially, he's had these for about 18 months total, somewhere in their max. And he's turned a 950K account to 4.3 mil, and his self-administered IRA is even better. So he's made $4, $5, $6 million just using my levels alone. And on rate this year, 92% win rate. So right now what I'm doing is just going over levels that you guys can use day in, day out. Here are the levels to use. Here's where I see support and resistance. Here's where you should trade. Here's where you should go long. Here's where you should go short. I'm giving you trade ideas, right? That's what I'm doing right now. But, I mean, volume. Do we have old resistance that equals new support? Are we building a chart? Are we building a channel? Do we have consistent volume? Is the volume erratic? Does it come and does it go? Does it come and does it go? Are we stuck in a channel? You know, are we chopping around? You know, what are we doing? Are we staircasing yet? Are we building a technical sound setup? You know, all those things start to play a factor in as far as what I'm looking for in a chart. You know, there's so many different things and criteria that has to meet. And when the stars all align, then I can take a trade. You know, if it's something like SOPA, well, I could see the random volume that comes in where that volume, and a lot of traders, they say they're stuck, they're trapped. Well, there's a lot of traders that are long that are stuck in this. You can tell by the volume and how much buying there was, and there was a complete sell-off right away. So a lot of people did take profit and shorter stuff, came in. But now I know if I come back up to 285, 290, I need to go for a short and a reversal. Plays like Walk or SOPA or ASPC could build up a bounce play. Hold on one sec, team. I'll be right back. Let me get something real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on one sec. All right, we back. Back. All right, I'm back. Here we go. Sorry there, Mims, but yes, I'll go over that in just a minute, man. Let me finish the levels real quickly. Happy New Year. Yes, what's up? How you doing? Drinks on AK. Yeah, what's up? Mr. ID Tanoff. Oh, some of you guys come over. I haven't seen you guys for quite a while, or names-wise. Of course, I was on Tradecasters for so long, and you guys had names over at Tradecasters, so when you guys come over here, I'm like, who are you? What was your name on Tradecaster? Thoughts on, I'll go over that, Aaron, just a minute. Let's get through some more of these large cap levels. Hold on real quick. Here goes the opening bell. All right, so for small cap wise here, it's going to be ASPC to start the day here. It's going to have strong resistance. Of course, this popped up on Friday. In my opinion, from what we had on Friday, this play is not going to run nearly as big today. In my opinion, it's not. We may get half the move on Friday. So from Friday, we went from 15 all the way up to 55. Today, we're starting at 20. I'm going to say we see no higher today than most likely 45 to around 47.50. Right now, out of the gate, already flying right back on down, getting a lot of selling pressure here is ASPC, and it has a huge spread. Spread right now as the market's open goes from 50 cents all the way to over $1. Watch for Walk to steal the mob, and of course, like I told you, with that low float, and there's not a lot of charting there on Walk, WOK, to hold that play down. That is going to be my other favorite play besides BNAI. BNAI has some chart to run as well, and there's that squeeze there at the opening bell with that higher low pattern. And Walk. Right now, we're seeing who's taking the mob. Right now, Walk's now all the way back down below the VWAP and cracking back down. And the only thing that's going to hold WOK up is going to be right around the 485 to 475 area. On the way down, ASPC, what did I talk about? 2750 needs to hold. If we hold 2750, this play could still spike. BNAI now needs to hold the uptrend channel, which would be right around the 160 to 170 mark for BNAI. And there's your move back down to that area for WOK. Let's see if this holds. BNAI, as well as I alerted there earlier for you guys on my Discord, which you guys can join. Talked about this earlier. Let's see if I can copy that text. There we go. Copy text with this over on the Discord. There we go. Snookaroo. What's up, Snookaroo? I definitely remember that name. I do remember that name. All right, let's get over to the large caps right now as we have some volatile up and down movement there from the small caps trying to figure out who's going to take the mob. So we'll start with the SPY, and again, what it looks like today as we ran through after hours and pre-market, a lot of these things were running hand in hand today, and SPY seeing 700 before the year's end is not happening, in my opinion, and we're still just kind of chopping around in the overall channel. Going back to the 4-hour time frame, it's a higher low pattern, true. But boy, oh boy, we cannot hold this uptrend channel. I mean, we cannot break out, I should say, of this uptrend channel. We've got a couple of good bounces back at 650, one back in October, one here again in November. Did not get the 650 bounce in December. I think if we would have come down to 650 again, we would have cracked at that point and would have come down some more down to the 630.20 mark. But now we bounced off of 650. The last low we made was, of course, a couple of weeks ago there at 670. Does give me that thought process of we should see 700 before we come back down ever again and ever see 650 most likely. Now levels for the day. Now that you get my thought process that we'll see 700 plus before we ever see 650 again. We did just dip down really hard at the opening bell at 860 or 686.65. 686.65 is going to be my normal low of day. That red to green move, seen a lot of that there at the opening bell here recently, and that ends up being the low of day. Under 860.65 area, 860, if I can talk, 686.60 area, 686.60. Watch for a move down today for your ultimate low of day down to 685 to 685.20. I'm going to make this a more tightened day. Yet again, I know Friday was a full day long. Actually, less movement on a full day than we had on Wednesday, which is a half day. I'm going to go with Monday and Friday, the bookends of last week, another similar day to that, 685 to 685.20 ultimate low of day. On the way up, we're going to have resistance at 688.40. Over 688.40, we go to 689. 689 to around 689.20, and the lows from Thursday are going to be, or Friday, I should say, Friday are going to be your normal high of day. The lows from Friday, normal high, 689 to 689.20. Ultimate high of day, move, and it's going to be hard to get through to 690, but if we get through, watch for a pop-up today to 690.50. 690.50 into Wednesday's high of day of 690.85 will be your ultimate high of day. I'm going with a smaller, tighter, choppier day. There goes BNAI team. BNAI up to 260. Up to 260 as alerted there. So BNAI there on the way up, team. Beautiful. Take some profit here into the two. Anything as we get into the 260s, take some more profit here from BNAI. All right, we'll get into some more large caps in just a second here. Get into some more large caps in just a second. ASPC here. ASPC here at the level 2. She's halted. Is she halted? She is halted up. All right, so ASPC is halted up. Is halted up. Is halted up there. Let's get through some more levels here. Get through some more levels. All right, real quickly, back to small caps. BNAI, there's that money call out. I said watch for this to move up to that 260 mark. Had that higher low pattern. Please be out at least half right here. Please be out half. BNAI, gorgeous squeeze at the bell. Overall target for me is still 260, 265. We do have ASPC halted up. Here are your two plays at the bell. Slow and steady or lower cost play. BNAI, this is the one I like. This is the one I'm trading. If you're looking for ASPC, it's going to be a fast, more volatile, big spread. We did come down off that support line. We are building at the VWAP right around 29. Got another dip right at the bell. We're halted up right now. This play is going to get crazy, and I would imagine we turn into the halt fest like we had Friday. I still stick with my levels, though, and we don't go as big as we did Friday. SPY, big red to green move here, running into my normal high of day right now, that 689 to 689.20 mark. Now let's go over to Apple. Apple again popping up here with the SPY. Going to have resistance at 274. 274 to 274.50. That'll be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to 275, and then over that to 275.40. 275 to 275.40, ultimate high of day. I'm going to stick with the high from Wednesday and Thursday. On the way back on down, watch for support at 273. 270, well, actually, we'll start at 273.50. Then we'll have some at 273, 273 normal low of day from here forward. We won't see anything lower than that. If we do, watch for move down to 272-ish, and then below that, I'm sticking with the same thing here with SPY. That lower shadow, 271.63, is now my ultimate low of day for Apple. We are running hand in hand today. AMD is flying up as well. So what I'm seeing here, a lot of these charts, and I kind of said that to myself as I was working into the opening bell, a lot of these tickers have very similar charts today, and we're running hand in hand from Friday in through this morning. Now, AMD is a very ugly ticker here. I would be looking for a short on AMD anywhere above 215. 215 into 216, crazy strong resistance, as you can see here for AMD. Although we are running hand in hand, so pay attention to what the SPY and other and AMD or Apple's doing here for the most part. I haven't got to the rest of these tickers, but I would be looking for a short on AMD at that 215 to 216 mark. Whoa, ASPC halted up again. All All right, on the way over, we have ASBC halted up yet again. I'm going to stick with my levels, but here's the fun, crazy one with the big-ass spread. It's not getting the gappy, typey, halty moves that I love. I do love when we see that. We get the halts, the gap ups, the halts, the gap ups. Not getting that today, so again, trade ASBC with a little more risk and caution involved, as again, you're going to see a little bit more red on this ticker. It's not going to be straight up green, straight up green, straight up green. It's going to have a little red to its green move to the top side. All right, here we go. Let's keep working through these tickers here. B, same thing. B, popping its way up today. So B, having move up today. So we are seeing hand-in-hand action going over to Google as well. So again, know that what you're trading today, we are getting a little hand-in-hand action. So B on the way up today. Huge squeeze here at the bell across the board. 90.65 resistance. Over that, we run to 91.50. I'm going to go 91.50 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to around 92.25 to 92.50. On the way down, support will come in at the low from not only Tuesday but Friday's low, which is right around 88.75, rolling to 88.30. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes back down to 86.50 and below that to 85.65. Ultimate low of day there. All right, so we do have Google here popping up again. The rest of these tickers, we see this kind of hand-in-hand action, at least as I'm going through, and we're running right back into the chart from last week. The Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're running back into what was former support. Now will be resistance. So right now, right around 313.85 to 314, we have resistance. Over that, watch for a pop into 314.60. Over 314.60, watch for a move up to 315.50, 315.40. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to 316.65 area. On the way down, right there at the opening bell, 312 to 311.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch the reversal back down to 310 area. We're getting there. Meta's ugly. Leave that alone. Skipping Meta. Skipping NVDA. Skipping Meta and NVDA. Massive dojis to start the 15-minute time frame. I would be leaving those tickers alone. Going over to PLTR. Looking pretty ugly as well. Now, PLTR did get a big crackback on Friday, but it's right back into the chart from the prior week. And it's a lot of chop in the 180s. 175 to 185, 190 provides for a lot of chop. I would stay away from those three tickers. All right, go over to the Qs here on the way up today. For the Qs, watch for a move over 323.20. That's going to be key in my normal high of day. Over 323.20, we run to 324 to 324.20. That's Wednesday's high. Ultimate high of day takes us back to Friday's high in 625.50. So normal high of day, 623 to 623.20. Ultimate high of day goes back to Friday's high at 625.40, 50 area. On the way down for the Qs, watch for support right around 321.65, 321.70. That's going to be last Monday's high, last Wednesday's low, and major resistance so far in pre-market. I love that line, and this is the line earlier that someone asked about. Mims, if you're still around, this is what I'm looking for, these lines where I can see a touch there, touches here, touches there, touches here. So I know 621.65, 621.65 is good support. Under that, 620.80 will be good support. I'm going to go 620.80 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes right back down to pre-market low. Opening 618.75, roll 619. Ultimate low of day. I'm going to get your IWM or Q. I got Qs in there for you. We got the last one there, Mim, still here. Yep. So I'll go over that more. Who asked about it? The Qs. Aaron. I'll get IWM in just a minute. All right, and lastly here, over to Tesla team. Tesla is getting a crackback, running differently from the market, which I love. Support is going to be at 462.35. Almost hit that in almost hit that, I should say, at the opening bell. A little bit more for the pullback down to your normal low of day, 462.35 area. Ultimate low of day that goes back below 460 to 458 to 458.35. Now back on the way up here for resistance as we pop back up, 467.25. 467.25 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop up to 471.20. 471.20, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 475. And then over that to 476. 476, essentially the low right there in market from Friday, right around 475.25. You can see a lot of resistance there. I say the low, I meant to go for the low from Wednesday. The low from Wednesday, most of the support from Friday is right around 477 to 476.50. That'll be your ultimate high of day. To me, though, that gatekeeper at 471 to 471.20 is going to be strong resistance. And even below that at 467.50. All right, that's it there for large caps. Not a big fan of what I'm seeing today. Of course, you're already getting that jump out of the bell there from ASPC. Got my BNAI long, but for large caps, I don't see anything I like. Got the pop up. Now it's kind of cracking back on down. For small caps, I like BNAI. That's where I'm sticking with today. For large caps, I just don't like what I'm seeing here across the board. There we go. Yeah, cool. Just making sure. There we go. All right. So, yeah, that's it. For small caps, BNAI, that's the one I like so far. For large caps, I don't see anything else across the board that I would want to trade. To be honest, I don't see anything I like other than BNAI for large caps. Again, I just don't see anything I like today. Sit back and wait. Find your double tops. Find those points of resistance and support that get built in. I just called it out on AMD. There goes AMD, who just called out AMD for you guys. AMD, I told you look for a short between 215 and 216. Hit right in the middle, hit 215.50, and there's your reversal back down. Beautiful short alert there from AMD. That's what you're looking for today. You're looking for reversals into resistance. You're looking for bounce plays. You're waiting for trends to set up to trade those. And there you go, AMD. There's your one trade to have at the bell. As I was talking about it, hey, AMD, look for a short 215 into 216. Already $1 plus reversal off that area. AMD money. All right. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's get into this day now. All right. All right, any questions you guys have? I'll go IWM real quickly. IWM for my man over here. IWM. Any tickers you guys want to go over? Snickeroo, Aaron, Mims. Real quickly here on the way up, I'll do IWM for you here. Aaron, earlier, this play most likely gets stuck, it looks like, as of right now. Not a big fan of looking at IWM. I never really look at it that much. I know some people do, and some maybe even trade it. I never really look at it. But if I had to give, levels on it today, I would say, first off, it's a real trappy play. It gets a lot of traders stuck, so to speak. So that's what I call trappy. On the way up, 251.50 resistance. 251.50. Over 251.50, watch for a pop to 252. Over 252, strong resistance at 252.60 and a 252.85. And if I had to say normal high of day, I would say normal high of day is going to be 252. Ultimate high of day is going to be 252.80 area. 252.60 to 252.80. On the way down, since we already cracked down to that 250 mark, 250 normal low of day, ultimate low of day under 250, I would watch for a move down to about right here, 248.75, 248.50 area. Somewhere in here. And there are your levels for that. Questions you guys have? Any stocks you guys want to go over? Let me know right now. Questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Anything at all? Mims, you got it, boss. AMD, look at that reversal now. AMD. Beautiful right there. So AMD was the trade of the day so far in small cap or in large caps. AMD, there you go. AMD now a almost $3+ reversal, right at $3 reversal now from that short alert at 215 into 216. AMD absolutely money. You could have paid off a full year of the live stream and alerts right there on that banger. All right. So, Mims, that's what I'm looking for. I missed it already, unfortunately, on that one, Mims, but this is exactly what I'm looking for, boss. You can see this beautiful reversal now. And again, I'm going through morning alerts, but this is what, probably could have just jumped in and said, hey, guys, I'm going to take contracts on this Friday expiration date, 216, 215 puts, something along those lines. And look at that major reversal right there. We're talking nasty right there from the top. But that's what I'm looking for. I'm either, this is what we're talking about, recently. Trading the tops, or you trading the bottoms. You're trading reversals up top, you're trading bounce plays. Breakouts if we get them like BNAI. Like right now we could have done AMD's Friday expiration date, 215, I didn't know what contracts they'd have. I didn't know if the 215, we would have done probably the 215, even the 210s. I mean, these plays have had some nice good moves so far to start the day. Even bigger as we would have gotten closer to Friday. But nice good moves so far there from BNAI and AMD. Beautiful reversal there. Now a $4 reversal. Woo! AMD. Whoa, AMD with the move there. AMD, beautiful move. SPY getting that big reversal on the way down too as well. Keeping my eyes on BNAI. Could be getting a bounce play back down around 185 into 175. Stop loss for the longs need to be right around 215 to 210. 215 to 210 stop loss there on BNAI. Called out the 260 corridor. Got super duper close. So two good trades there out of the bell. AMD called that out for the reversal. Now a $4 banker from 215.50 to 211.50. And then BNAI, I said 260 area. It hit 249. I'm about 10 cents off from where I called out the resistance on the way up there for BNAI. Beautiful plays there. Now sit back and wait and have patience. All right. I'm going to take a quick little break off the mic. I'm going to turn down my heat because my heat is way too hot right now. Yesterday, it's been 70 degrees since Christmas. It was 70 degrees all last week. No lie, it was 80 degrees on Friday. I'm not kidding you. It was like 75, 80 degrees last week. Wake up this morning, 31 degrees. The low last night at 29. It's 31 right now. We pretty much were sitting at lows and we're just now slowly heating up. I'm going to jump off the mic for 3 to 5 minutes. As always, turn down the heat, fill up my water, smoke, hit the vape, the bong real quickly, get the mind right. Back in here. All right, be back here in literally 5 minutes or less. If you have any questions, put them in the chat right now. Anything you want to go over. I'm going to break down plays and what to be looking for when I get back. We had it right at the bell. I gave you levels. Beautiful reversal there from AMD. That was the one trade I liked. BNAI was a good squeeze in the long setup I talked about. This is what I'm doing every single day on the live stream. Finding small cap plays, finding large cap plays that are moving. And putting you in the best stock possible. Like, which setup looks the best? Which one should we be trading, right? Woo! ASPC. Not touching ASPC. What do we got here on the stream? Yes, sir. What state are you in? Mims, I'm in Arkansas. Arkansas. I do have Texas license plates behind me, which I was in Texas for the longest time. I don't know if you can tell that's Texas license plate. You can if I do this, I bet. Those are my custom license plates from Texas. There we go. I guess that's big enough right there. Right about right there. Somewhere in there is what I'd like to do. Pull that over. There we go. Something like that. Not that over. This over. There we go. There we go. I'm in Arkansas, boss. I'm in Arkansas. Arkansas. Born and raised here in Little Rock. Lived in Dallas, Texas. Lived in other states and cities, but mostly my whole entire life I've lived here in Little Rock, Arkansas. Little Rock. Be right back. Let me take a quick little break. Quick little break-a-rooney. All right. Quick little break-a-rooney. Be right back. right, there we go. Back at it. Back in the office. Back in the office. All right, so BNAI was hoping for a move back down to around 185 to around 190 to get some more fills right here on the way down here for a possible dip buy into 180. Don't think we're going to get it right here for an actual add-on for that play for a move back on up. Large cap wise, move up, move back on down. Noticing the same there, at least AMD and SPY. Flat out to the right for walk. SOPA, let's see if there's that moving back on up. And I was wondering if this would start to U-shape back on around there. That one's back on watch now. ASPC's dying out flat. SOPA here getting the mob. What's up? Get rich together. CRWV dip buy. Let's go over to CRWV. CRWV here. I would just be careful right now, just because I haven't gone across the board yet, but I will do so. I will do so real quickly. For the large cap side. AMD, Apple up and staying to the right. Be crazy up and then reversal back on down. Right over it, we're right on top of it with the levels. Google not down. You know, it's kind of staying up. I'm just seeing if we're running hand in hand today. More red there. More red across the board than green. Not fully hand in hand, as we have some plays down, up, then down. PLTR, down, up, then down again, Tesla. Then we have plays like Q, SPY, AMD that are, and B, I think even maybe Google. Nope, Google's staying up. That was the one staying up. But we have that move up and we're coming back on down real hard. Like B is still coming down. So if I had to take a guess here on what to take a trade on a bounce play, you know, I like this from Friday, but it didn't hold, right? So we're seeing that, okay, I see a lot of support, 76 into 70, call it 590. Nothing there. Nothing. To at least to the on the downside. So your key ingredient to the downside would be open into the pre-market low. That's 73.30 into 73. You just sit back and wait for that. You don't try to stab at this and otherwise you would just wait for a move back up. You don't try to find the dip. You wait for them to show you the dip, then you get the rip. Which right now you don't know where the dip's at, right? The only dip I would say to go take a trade at would be back down here. Right here at the $73.40, $73 area would be your key. You know, this is where your dip would come in at, in my opinion. All right, so we're slowing down here in small cap space. Small caps are starting to slow down a little bit here. Just looking to see what Kevin's looking at here. Orb's not a bad move, so here's another decent move up to the top side today. We'll go put BNAI on top. BNAI because it is your number one top gainer right now. And then we have Orbs moving here. It's not bad. Orbs, nice little squeeze there out of the bell. So Orbs staircasing. All right, so we have, I think we have our 3 here. Go check the, It's like moving around, moving around, moving around. Bounce off the VWAP there for BNAI. It is starting to slow down there. SOPA is starting to rip. SOPA's dip buy area is going to come back down around 285 into 270. See if we can hold up here for SOPA. It's 285 to 270 area would be, you know, this would be starting around 285 and then down to the 275 mark. Somewhere in here would be your dip buy on SOPA. Let's see if this can actually hold up there. SOPA's definitely getting the mob. Orb's moving down a little bit. WAC just completely dying off right now. Missed that short opportunity. I don't know if any of you guys traded WAC today, but WOK continues to get killed. God, new low of day in market. WOK down into the 350s now, team. WOK back down into the 350s now. Ay, ay, ay. And this is typically going back to MIMS if you're still around, boss. This is what I like too short. Now, this isn't a perfect shelf, but usually I like these little M shapes that form. You can find the base there, and when that base cracks, it comes down. Now, this one's it comes down real sharp, but it does get the retest. So you can come back up and hit the floor for the boom. The second reversal builds this little bear flag, little boot hills I talk about. Now, it's not as pretty as what we've had in the past. In the past, we would have had bounce of the VWAP, bounce of the VWAP, bounce of the VWAP, bounce of the VWAP, bounce, and we're slowing down here. Whether we make an M shape or not, lots of bounces, and you go, oh, it's right here at 522. Then we get a candlestick confirmation, not all the way down here at 485, but more like around like 405 or 505. 5 to 505. You get in. Okay, here's my candlestick confirm. I do have to worry about this at 465 to 475 though, but you get in at like say above 5. Not all the way down here with this huge, you don't go straight to the target. So see how we go straight to the target, back up. So it's kind of like, you better get in. If you don't, there's your profit taken. And then, okay, you better get in because you don't. But, we're getting a lot more of that jolty movement, right? And so if that would be more flat, you get a good candle, then it comes down, and it gets a good move down. Then you do take profit 5 candles in down here. Then it comes up 2 or 3 candles, comes back up, tests it at the VWAP, fails over, comes down, does it a few times, forms a longer, more beautiful trend line back up, cracks that trend line, and then just kind of... So, we're still getting that look. It's just happening more erratically and a little bit... Oh, boy, SOPA's starting to get the ROPA. SOPA's flying right now. BNAI losing the mob. Be careful taking the bounce play. I would have wanted it off of this red candle earlier. 57 after. That was right before, right here, as you can tell, that was right before SOPA starts to take off. In the small cap space, be very careful trading bounce plays or the plays that were number one as they start to fall off as something starts to take the mob. I will say that. It is bouncing, though, at this 190 area, not completely off that pre-market high area, but you can see why I was wanting it into either this area and down into this area, right? That's what we'd be looking for. So what we'll do is we'll put SOPA up top, number one top gainer, bounce opportunity 285 into the 270 area. We'll put BNAI back over here. BNAI, see, beautiful. This is what I'm saying. This is a huge reversal. These are great up top. And that's what we're getting. Going back to that MIMS and anyone else, that's where a lot of the shorts have come from. You've got to find the top. If you can find the top in your resistance area, and it's an area, you add in, you add in, you add in. Okay, this has got to be the area. With a little bit of a tight stop loss. And then, right? I mean, AMD is another great example of that as it still continues to come down a little bit lower, right? That's what I'm looking for majority of the time. Or bounce plays. Right now, that's just what's working. This had a shelf crack, but again, here's another great example. Shelf crack. It's literally forming a perfect shelf for me. Head, shoulder. But then, bam! You're not filled till all the way into profit-taking zone, which to me was this, upper shadow into somewhere into here. Could it be profit-taking zone? You're already there in one candle, right? And then you can see how you get clumsed up in this area, and it's just real clumsy. And just choppy. And just where's the bottom? And then it could form maybe the inverse head and shoulders and maybe my bottom area, which didn't quite get hit. I wouldn't have had orders in. I didn't like it anymore after it didn't get hit here. You can tell the mob's slowly moving away from it. There's another key volume, key profile, right? Volume is declining the whole time here. You can tell that. With the higher highs or higher lows along the way. And every time we're getting less volume spikes within those spikes. So here's volume spike number 1 with multiple surrounded. So like, say you have storm number 1 spawns off 1, 2, a lot of other storms. Here's storm 2 with a lot of other storms. Well, storm 3 here had a couple of lead ups, but really, but that was not that big compared to that was the last storm of the last sector, right? This was just a huge set of storms that really violently had another round right after it. Well, then you can tell the storms are dying. Okay, we're coming back. And then we only have 2 violent storms here. And now the last one only had 1 violent storm, right? We had one profile, one big candle. Now, you can even tighten that up and go to like a 3 or 5 minute time frame and still regardless see those areas declining over and over and over and over and over. And so that's one of those things you have to worry about when you're trading small caps. Who's trading the mob we talk about? Where are people shifting in and out of? Are they going from this stock to this stock to this stock to this stock, right? I bet 3 only holds right now. 4, but we'll see if this comes down a little bit lower. 285 to 275. I would like to take a dip buy there for SOPA if it can get down to that area possibly. Walk, dip buy. Waka. Do not, again, yeah, kind of one of those things, would not touch walk. No way, no how. If you're looking for a dip buy, it always comes back to the open. Kind of where do we start at? And that was where this play was halted at. And this isn't pre-market. That's where you can see this is Monday right there, right? This was halted in after hours on Friday. Pending news was good news. This play's most likely coming back down. And I've even seen these plays go red, literally red for the day. I feel like I missed the short, so I don't want to chase it. If it popped back up, potentially in like the 420 area, 415, 420, and I would even probably add in around 485. I don't think it's going to, and there's no way I'm chasing the short here down low. Ain't no way. And again, just the 3 bear flag rule, right? So 1 flag, 2 flag, 3, or you can call that 1 flag, 2 flag, 3. And this is the 4th one, maybe even overall for some people. The volume is really going to start to die down. The fact that it's all the way down to the 320s now, 330s now. These are the ones I love. It didn't form the good best setup that I do love typically overall, but it is that little staircase down that I like about it. I like staircases. That's the only thing I really don't like a lot here about SOPA is that there's not a lot of good staircasing. It's kind of just this ramp up. So I am a little timid to take this 285 to 270 area bounce. And the other reason why is because nothing has held up today. We've seen nothing hold up at all in the small cap sector. I don't think we do have anything moving that's new. Just have a bunch of random movers. So we have that's up here, low, see that low volume. It's not bad, but we do have something moving here, kind of pop itself back up. Very low volume though, very low volume. I'm trying to find something that looks sexy. Nothing today. I'd have to find you old charts to find you staircasey mentality and what stocks, are staircasing, so to speak. Right now, it's just a bunch of reversals. You can tell, it's the reversal game. You look at the shelf crack again. This is kind of a shelf mentality that I love. It builds this beautiful support area on old resistance, which is great. It's staircasing, so to speak, right here. And then the short's very wicked. Now, true candlestick confirmation could have got in right there for 345. Immediately up 30 cents, boom, boom, and there's your trade. Because definitely target 1 would have been to me down to here, the bottom of this flag. So you would have gotten that in a heartbeat. And then target 2, kind of where we opened up at, and that would have been the trade. But we only got target 1 a little bit past it. And now it's moving back up. And generally, what I usually do would say if I got in there, then my entry price would stay somewhere in that area would be my stop loss. And so it may have stopped me out. I may have gone to a 3-minute time frame here. But this is really, generally speaking, what we're having a lot of when it comes to the large cap space, small cap space as well. As you can see, I was looking across the board for CRWV here, for Get Rich Together. You guys as well looking for moves. AMD was a great example. You're not getting a lot of trends to form. It's find an area of resistance that you can identify and get a good short, or find an area of support that you can identify, which you can see Get Rich is trying to find bounce plays, and you find a good area of support. Now it makes it easy. You just go put limit orders in, and find your area you like, and just wait for your orders to get filled. I'm a little timid here again. I'm going to see if this works out. If it does, it lets me know I can find another bounce play today. Haven't seen a bounce play work. Number 1 top gainer today was BNAI. Nothing. And go back over to ASPC. Nothing. I guess you call these bounce plays early on. It's very volatile, but regardless. We're talking again a traditional, we move up, and then we come down and bounce. And we move up to new highs, and we come down and, right? We're not forming that. Haven't seen that today. And so Fine, SOPA, form my first bounce play in market. You know, it's coming and tipping off. I probably would have gotten filled. I probably had one order in at 287. Would have barely gotten filled there. My first order, 250, 500 shares at most. And so, and then going like, great, here we go again, where I barely get filled. You don't really come down to my demand area that I love. And you're going to come back up quickly. And I'm green, which I love, but I barely got filled. But then it doesn't really go green, and it just kind of sits there. And then it makes me go, okay, are we going to bounce or not bounce? You know, because generally I like to get filled and bounce within the first 5-6 minutes. And we've seen a lot of this on these ramp up plays. Which one are you going to identify as real? You know, the support area. People are going to come in off pre-market highs. You know, that's why I like staircase mentality. A great example, we'll put it in a 3-minute time frame, would be BNAI today. If we break out over this 240 area, you can see what I'm talking about. You know, or if I, you know, kind of flip this upside down, say if I wanted to bounce play off of this, which would be a good short potentially if we do crack down. So you can see we're building a shelf, as I would call it, on a support area. You know, if this is, it's not super clean in a 1 minute time frame, so that's what sucks. Old school Josh AK wants the 1 minute time frame and everything to align. Then you get the 1 minute candlestick confirmation. Like I said, this is a good alignment of 1 minute candlestick confirmation. But like I said, we don't, and then you, and my point being, then you take candlestick confirmation outside of it. So like I was saying earlier, you build a shelf, and the first candle that closes and opens outside of this, and you find the lowest candle that's on the shelf. Right there, those are the two lowest candles that are opening and closing. So that's where I'd put my line of support at, 223. You know, that's what I care about. It has to be 220 on the dot. I'm not a big numbers guy because 223 is 220 or 225, you know, and I call that an area. Like earlier with BNA, I said 265 area, I think is what I said. Anywho, so then I said, okay, that's it. And so we come down and actually confirm on it right at it. And you got like, motherfucker. And this is what's been happening. You can ask so many traders across the board that are in my live stream, and then boom, it comes all the way down straight to target one. You confirm at it, and you're like, you've got to be kidding me. And then you finally get a little bit more reversal, and you think you're cracking that shelf, and then no, it's a Philly fake out from the side, and then you're back up, and you're just sitting there like, you've got to be kidding me. Now, it's cleaner in the 3 minute time frame, that shelf is, but this would generally be like, I'm looking for the short below that, right? Old AK-47 for 22, 21, 2020, 2023, 2024. These were working all day, every day. And so I would wait for this to crack. You'd get the candlestick confirm. It'd be a good confirm like right here. I was never worried about wicks. That's why I teach candlestick confirmation. I'm not worried about the wicks. I'm just really more so into the bodies of the candle. That's where more of the volume and action is at. Obviously, not a lot of volume here. It's right into here, right? And so usually these just get taken out and you'll go down below them and you would just fart your way down to like 160, 150s, do a WOK, a walk, and just dump to nothing. We are slowly getting the bounce off this 285 area. It's holding up here. It's not great so far. So the opposite side of that too would be that's how I'd like to look for a bounce play. I want an area to build up of consolidate, build a shelf, consolidate. And then when you break out of it, come back and bounce off of it, right? Same thing here for this 240 area. Break out of it and then come back and bounce on it. And then go back through the 265 new high of day to go to 285. And then you've just got a 40 cent move, right? 35 cent, 40 cent move. Take most of your profit. And then eventually those big view, here we go. Okay, so far we're getting the bounce play. Not great, but getting the bounce play here so far off this 285 area. Again, only probably would have been filled my first set of shares, so this play would not be big. I would be in very small shares, unfortunately. So if it goes back down to VWAP and breaks below, think it's done for the today. Let's go look at SOPA, the ROPA. I'm looking at SOPA. Duh, look at so many tickers sometimes. Yes, if it cracks back below the VWAP, getting this late in the day, I don't say it's fully done. We've seen a lot of these plays late in the day because we don't have anything really. We're not looking at a lot of big movers, right? We're really pretty much focused in on the same ones over and over and over and over here in the small cap sector today anyway. So I would say it would have that opportunity to still run, if it cracked below, but it would have to hold to me somewhere right around right here. This 235 to this bounce area, and then there's a little small bounce there as well that kept it up and moved the new high of day. 240 we'd call it. If it holds 240, there's still a shot. What's up, Smoke Tuna? How we doing? What time frames do you use or look to align before you make the trade? What time frames do you use or look? Okay, gotcha. My bad. Well, because 135 just to begin to start the day, right? So I can roll through here, and I do it real quickly between the 1 and the 5 and the 3. And to me, it's just where all the touches are at. So where more touches are at, what makes more sense, and do I need to clean it up? Like right here for BNAI, I definitely want to clean this up a little bit. Sorry, my internet's a little slow today. I am on Wi-Fi. But do I need to clean this up? Like, I didn't have to clean this up earlier. That looks clean to me. I think it's a nice looking chart. Like, I don't really need to clean any action up there. And then through here, it starts to get a little wonkier. And if you want to clean that up, then yeah, then this is where you come into a 3-minute time frame, and then you can really tell where your overall general support resistance is at for that channel, and kind of see where a lot of the main volume's at, which you can get that side volume indicator, which I don't really care about, but I usually have watched it long enough earlier in my journey career that I just don't want it on with the chart, especially when I'm looking at multiple tickers like I always try to as of right now. And it just really depends on what you like the most. Now, I usually like to go to like the 15-minute time frame to see bigger areas, and especially that comes back to when you're looking at larger cap plays like CRWV, mid cap plays, large cap, whatever, whatever you're trading, that comes out to be more beneficial, and seeing back in time and seeing where you see a lot of support, a lot of resistance, and you can go through areas and find your major support resistance and what have you. I like the 4 hour and the 1 hour as well. So that's usually trying to go back further in time too. Like you're trying to go back, we'll go to SOPA here. It's a good thing to go back. Usually if you want to go past chart history and find something, go to the 4 hour and you can see there's a lot of resistance there at that 350 mark. Then running into floors, old resistance at 395. So I can see an upper shadow. I can just see things real quickly, but I can see an upper shadow right there, then becomes support before it cracks down. So we'd see some resistance. Of course, nice whole round number anyway, natural at 4. And then usually run at that 450 mark anyway, regardless. You could see a little bit at 420. That's the Kevin Avery Magical 20 mark, but it does see some from time to time regardless. Built in. 460, I would see some. I'd see some at 5. Makes sense. And we got this double top at 550. That looks super juicy. Risk into this 6 mark, really going heavy into this area. But that, or you go use the yearly 1 year, 1 day too as well. You're going to start finding some of those levels immediately. Where to go short, finding those fail areas up top. So SOPA would have been one of those ones as well if we're looking to short the top today. We could have said, hey, we're going to start adding in at that 315, 320 area and then get a little heavier. As you can see, there's some pretty stronger resistance. Now, there's not major fails there, but this day there is at 350. So we'd add in real heavy at 350 and then boom, there goes your short opportunity there. And then the bounce play worked out, but this is what I'm talking about where these are what I've seen in these kind of U-shapey charts, inverse cup and handle charts as I call them. It does form kind of a cup and handle, but this is why I say inverse, because if I could truly flip-flop this chart around, this usually is kind of what you'd see in a cup and handle where it kind of lags out, builds a flaggy-ish, but comes down, then pops up, and then maybe does squeeze for more. This is just straight U all the way around. There's, I guess, a little cuppy handle right there in that juncture. I'll give it to you. Now forming a little bit of a head and shoulders more so in the 1 minute time frame, and that's where I can flip-flop and forth between the two and see, okay, he got a little chopped off shoulder. He was in a horror movie and someone fucking samurai sorted his arm off, his shoulder off here. And you got to take that with a grain of salt and understand that bottom shelf support is now truly built in at 280. And then those bears start to come back over on the flip side of that as it flips through and goes down through the VWAP. Still, plays like this aren't over as I talk about corridors that come into play. This main area right through here from 265 to 235. Now, again, I like the 235, 240 for a dip buy a little bit better. But this is what I'm saying where these plays, which I've seen all day, every day, come back on around at lunch or, well, I say all day, every day, but we're in that phase right now in the small caps for whatever reason where they're coming around, later in the day in power hour, going back to them. We just go back to, again, down here, we'll move away from this and go back to ASPC and go to the 1 year, 1 day. And this is one we looked at earlier this month. And then here we go, we get our leftovers, right? And this kind of happens in holiday season a lot. We'll go to a play. I don't think this even had news to begin with. Maybe ASPC did. I can't remember. We've seen a lot of these no news plays that haven't. Just going back to where you get leftovers, they come sometimes a little quicker. TGL earlier this year where first day, second day, of course the biggest, baddest, whammy jammy of them all, and you can see how many reverse splits these stocks have had to where you're like, wow, whatever, and you're like, look at where it's at though, look at the move it made, that it truly just made. All the way up to almost $500 there. Now finally coming back over, but there's round one, right? Really, here's round one, I should say, and really got the small caps going again was the day before Thanksgiving, which is right here on 11/26, and that's why we go to 11/28. There's a gap there because we had off on Thursday, just of course like we just did for Christmas, and we'll have for New Year's. But this is what got small caps running, first day. Before Thanksgiving, half day. On Black Friday, even bigger day. Builds his daily bull flag, squeezes and goes for a samurai sword. And then we get round 2, and then even really kind of a third wave, here. But this happens in the holiday season. We get leftovers. They come back, and they come back, and they come back. I would venture to say this is ASPC's second leftover, and we might get a third one after the New Year's, potentially. So keep ASPC on watch for sure. Could see this coming back down, say, into the teens. As this time it'll go a little bit, it won't go as low. It'll go about, somewhere around here, in my opinion, somewhere below 20 possibly, and we'll get that one last ramp up. Typically in between, the midway between where, the die down is. So let's just say this is the die down today. We, split the difference. So it might go to 40, 45 at most, and that would be it for that. And it would kind of die on off. And then we'd probably see it in another year or two. It'll come back on around, and then boy, oh, here's that one we looked at. And then it'll be another reverse split where we think, oh no, this one hasn't been reverse split. Well, they will finally reverse split this one possibly, I bet, and dilute it. And then it's been like, oh, it'll say 63,000 or some shit. Oh, man. Just broke VWAP. Yep. All right, cool. So, does that make sense there, though, Mims? I know you're just coming on over. Does that make sense, though? And smoke tuna, yes, sir. I'd smoke when it's slower days like this. I always go through and make sure I'm not missing anything, but yes, usually just your time frame and your question there, Mims. I start with the one. Usually, generally, when the stock first starts moving, I start with the 1. After the 1 minute time frame, I go to the 3 minute and then the 5. So the 1, 3, 5 are always going to be your most beneficial in small caps. And then after the 1, 3, 5, go to your 15-day, 15-minute. Just go to the 15-minute time frame if it's been running for a few days. If it hasn't been, Merlin, will you please lay down? Merlin, please lay down. Thank you, son. I don't need you resting your arms. Massive Great Dane. He's like a horse. He just wants to come lay his big old heavy head on my arms. So start with the 1. Find your uptrends. Find your trend areas, right? So I can immediately laser that in with my eyes. Nice, good reversal area. Also good bounce play there. But then it runs back into that. Some stuff it's in hindsight. And you can start to really see it. It's not nearly as visible in the 3 minute, but you can still see it quite a bit. And then you can start finding your identified areas. You can see right here, that's pretty identifiable, as far as where a bounce play could come in at. Same thing for right here. We're going to come in now and bounce here, which we can see what we're trying to. And then, of course, we try to bounce right there-ish, and there you go. And that's just, just doing this for so long. And this is what any trader needs to do every single day after the day's over. Even if it's a slow day, which I had a lot of slow days when I first started. It was very hot, a lot of the time too, 2017, into 2018. But there were a lot of slow times. Like in the start of 2018, it was slow for a few months. And it's like, it's just like, am I ever going to trade? Or am I ever going to see these bounce plays and these setups? Days like today where I just didn't like anything. I didn't feel it out. I'm like, damn it, okay. I just don't really have anything I like. Nothing really moving here in small caps. It's really pretty for me. We had one small bounce play and that was it, and then other than that, it was either the breakout, and BNAI to start the day, which I called and alerted and was a nice, good mover, and then of course, then we get the SOPA move. Both just kind of rampy breakout plays. Now we do have the higher low pattern here, which helped that out. So you have to go back through and chart. Have to go back through. Let's just say the day ended right now in BNAI. It's the end of the day in BNAI. So you're going to go through on BNAI and go, okay, I might see this run again tomorrow and the next day. So let's go into a 3 minute time frame and chart out what I saw today. And then you're going to come through there and you're going to put that line in. And then you're going to come through here and go, wow, I do see an uptrend channel kind of forming. I see what AK was talking about with that higher low pattern overall. And then I really could come in here and put a beautiful downtrend squeeze on it. So I see the higher low pattern built into the nice, good, beautiful pennant, which has more of a pennant, right? Where it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. Now I love these setups because usually, generally speaking, on the tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, and sometimes they'll work their motherfucking way all the way into that right here. And it is just tight. You'll get the squeeze. Candlestick confirmation. Outside of it, this is what I teach and preach. 1 minute, 3 minute time frame. Boom, there's your entry for the breakout. And then whammy, calamity, you go salamity on the way up, right? But then essentially from there, you're not getting a lot of movement. You're barely coming off and bouncing off hold resistance. So you're not really doing much from there. And so that's where you just have to come in and go, okay, well, I see good support there. It never hit pre-market highs, unfortunately. You could maybe come in. I don't know if I'd want to put another line in there. I'll put one line in there, seeing right here. You know, it's like, where's the bounce going to come? And that's what I'd kind of tell myself too. Going, okay, I see the uptrend channel. I don't think it's going to bounce on that anymore, but I do see the old uptrend channel. I do see the downtrend. I don't think we're coming back to either one of those and bouncing, but if they do, it's going to be the trend line, because by the time we get to it, I don't think, because we could sometimes, and we do, and we will, you'll see this come down and bounce on the downtrend. Like, say if it didn't break out this high and only went to 2, you sometimes will see this come down and bounce back off the downtrend before it gets to the trend line. But at this point, I don't think we're going to reach it in time, so the one we could reach would be the trend line, so we'll leave it in. And then I'll go, okay, well, where does it bounce out down below? Now, again, I know the market's moving, so even if you're doing this, if you want to just do it at lunch, you want to do this at 1 or 2 in the afternoon right before power hour. You have your levels set, now trading for power hour, right? And this will be, okay, where is it going to bounce at? I see the trend line. That's pretty, a lot of touches, right? And with candles, I'm not worried about the wicks. The wicks can go through. Now, there are going to be some wicks that touch right under or close to it, but I'm all about where the bodies of the candles are confirming, right? Because I'm trading. My brain is, I've taught myself candlestick confirmation. I'm gonna trade candlestick confirmation. I'm gonna find this opening bell range like we're having right now, right? And I know Love Chips teaches about that fair gap value, which we've built in now, right? Which I just wait for, and that's what he's talking about. You wait for it to build in. Where are the levels? You trade the levels. If you want to come in and put a resistance line at 250, now you can. If you want to come in and put a resistance line here at this really tight channel, and this is why I didn't trade a bounce play yet today, and this is why I boom anyway, but point here in at 210. So they're your lines. That's it. And that's how you, every day, that's all you're doing, right? Same thing here for a SOPA. Almost the same kind of area and chart. We're just $1 above almost right now, or went $1 above, from 350, 250. But every day you go through and put lines in. Where's the trend line? Where's the downtrend line? Where's a bounce area? Where's support? Where's resistance? Go back on past chart history, 4 hour, 1 year, 1 day. Find it. Touches. What about for large caps? What's your approach for? So I'll start with 15-day, 15 minutes. So you may have seen that if you saw me do the morning alerts. Go back and rewind the stream, please do. Any of you that need help with charting large caps. So I'll go to at least let's say the one that's been moving out of its in and out of levels here recently. So I start with the 15-day, 15-minute. Because I want to see what's been happening recently. Where are we at? What trend, right? It's going to give you too much information. I'll tell you right now, if you try to start going to the 4 hour, like imagine when you're in this channel and you're trying to use the 4 hour. You're going to find key areas, sure, but not all the ones you need to worry about, right? Especially as a day trader. Now, it's one thing if you're like trading day-wise and you're going to be holding it for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 10 days, 2 weeks, right? Yeah, you can trade 4 hour time frame. But if you're going to be a day trader and get in and out in 30 minutes, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 30 minutes out, whatever, 4 hours, 15-day, 15-minute time frame. 15-minute time frame is just going to be the most beneficial for you guys. 15-minute time frame is going to be the most beneficial. And just you're going to go back and through and be able to see see the downtrend through there. And before that, you could see whatever. And now you can see this staircasing up. And then, of course, here, now this is the levels you're going to use. You're not going to need these levels. You're not going to need anything above 193. This thing ain't getting above 193 today, and if it does, you go find it. If it gets there, you should have traded it beforehand. Like it's at 187, right? Anyway, so this will be about the levels you're going to use. You can see there's not a lot of charting here in the 180. You have to go back and find it more, but what are traders going to use? They're going to use right here. Watch, I guarantee you, if I go in and put lines in, and now we'll see if this works up. Come back and join me. We'll be live free tomorrow, live free on Wednesday. Wednesday, I do have giveaways. Anyone joining right now? Giveaways on Friday. And we're doing the year-end confessional New Year's resolution. So let's just see if some of these lines, and we'll come back to Tesla. This is an NVDA, my bad. And we'll see how some of these levels work out, right? So, I don't know if I would have put a low in right there just because of the lower shadow, but we'll put that in and just see how well that area holds up for the day. And we'll say that's the low, right? And then you come back, if you want to try to find 186, is there anything that makes sense there? And really nothing here recently makes a lot of sense at 186. There's not a lot of touches there, right? And you're going to see that. Maybe it's a moving average. Someone, could be a very strong fib line, area. Oopsies. Let's go just put lines in right here. Boom. I'm going to extend that in a second. Hold on. So you can kind of see that little juncture area where we held up there. And then right here. So looking at that, I'll zoom in a little bit more. You know, touches, 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 touches. If you want to, I do see this in after. It's more in after hours. There's not a lot of touches in market. There's a few. We'll go right there, though, with a line, you know. But those are the lines I'd have in. And now going the way up here. Wowzers. There's there's not a lot of good touches. I'm going to go right there, and I think a lot of people would too as well. I think I'd go right there for a line. I'll just let those lines work themselves out. Now, I've had these in up here for a while. Now, they're not working out, at least not recently. And so that's what I'll see. They were working out when I put them in, which I put these lines in back in October, right? They were working then. If they're not working when they come back up to those lines, I'll delete them. I don't leave these lines in forever. I don't have lines in. I mean, we just go over to, like, say, Meta. I don't have lines in. I just don't. Well, I have some lines in, I guess. You know, it depends on when I'm charting these days, but you can just tell here. I don't leave a lot of lines in. You know, these are like downtrends or trend lines, you know, like the day I was charting or looking at it or probably obviously trading it, I would imagine. You should be able to go, I mean, I can't, of course, myself, but you should be over time be able to go through and find those levels more quickly. 260 working out, well, 265 we'll call it. So far, best bounce play. Both of these, not bad. This one was about 25, 30 cents, baby. Same thing here. Lower volume profile, but still smaller bounce plays. Not bad. Everything else in small cap villain sector, if I'm not mistaken, is done. Not really seeing a lot of other movement here. ASPC's dead. Walk. Wow. And this is why I said, don't go for a bounce play here. I know you asked for it, get rich together. I mean, it was more short, if anything, and I cannot believe all the way down to the twos now. That hurts the heart a little bit, not getting any of that short. RPGL too slow, but nice little U shape here. Then we're to SOPA, anal here. FTL, we've seen this one run. Feel the jets, feel the jet, feel the jet. Wow, it's a slow one. It's a slow one. All right, cool. So we are all over it here. All over it, at least in the small cap sector. SOPA is where it's at. That's where it's at right now. We'll go, let's go through some large caps. Do we have any at least decent movement in a 3-minute time frame? Not bad, though. What's up, Ben? How we doing? Ben man, Mr. Noodles. It's been a minute. Confessions part 1 of 2 is better. Part 1 or Confessions part 1 or part 2 is better. You talking about Usher songs? Oh man, it's been so long. I think I can't remember the difference between the two. These are my confessions. That's the one I like. These are my confessions. I don't remember how that song went, but these are my confessions. I remember Burn was good. I love that album. I had that album. Is like part 1 him, like, is it like probably like a instrumental, I'm guessing, back in the day? Ben Noodle, it's been a minute. How you doing, brother? Hopefully y'all like the charting lesson there. Y'all want me to chart some more? I'm always game to chart more. I cannot believe we're already an hour and 10 minutes after the opening bell. Damn it, time is flying by today. This is the best bounce play, so here we are, 40-cent bounce play. This is what I'm looking for, though. It wasn't purely identified, and that's the thing, too. You couldn't tell what would have been sexier memes, and, of course, Ben, everyone else listening, you know what I like. 1 touch fail, 2 touch fail. Then we have this upper shadow there. Then I know, okay, it's going to be 260. 265, I should say, whatever you want to call it. That's going to be the better bounce play. But it was like, okay, we're going to maybe see one here. And we do. We did see one there. And then this becomes the better bounce play of the two. And that's going to happen. It's not always the best bounce of the best. You know, and of course the VWAP's there, at least for me in my chart. I know that's it's right there with the average with most I see other people. Oh, good God, you son of a gun, you. Good God almighty. That's the best bounce play of the day so far. By far, best bounce play of the day right there. In market. Nice 265 bounce. This is why I leave those trend lines into as well. Mims, anyone else listening? Do we regain this uptrend channel? Do we respect it on the way up here? Is it becoming resistance? Is it an area that we should have, if you are potentially in on this trade, would you sell? And I would, if we were still in on that, if we did take that trade. Again, it's where is the bounce play at? And then I was right on this one where a little worried about it, a little sketched out. We would have made a little profit, but not much at all. And then we're probably going, meow, meow, meow. And then it's the 265, That's why I sit back and wait some days and just see, are we going to get anything to trade? Now that area is going to see another bounce play. And so that's what we're going to sit back and wait for, at least me and small caps. I'll run through large caps now. See if we have anything to trade here. Not a bad little kind of like, this, it's too huge on this side. But you can see this micro head and shoulders right in this area right through here. Love getting the crack of the shoulders back on down this little, higher or lower high pattern. Not a lot of profitability zone, in my opinion. We might get about $1.50 out of it at most. Meta, that's why I didn't give alerts on Meta this morning. It'll just be sometimes on certain tickers you can just tell they don't have. And again, I was pretty right on NVDA, and this is what you have to wait for if you're going to trade a lot of the time too. The reversals, right? Bounce play, way revert, whatever. Then we come down and find this bottom, and this is what I was saying earlier. If you're looking for a bounce play to get rich together, would have been, hey, find those lows of day that we just saw huge reversals off of, and wait to see if they get hit. SPY would be a great example of that. Of course, don't have the SPY up anymore. Son of a gun here. And there you go, right? So you have this huge reversal on the way up, and boom, you come back on down. Where's your bounce play going to be at? It's going to be at that takeoff area. This has just been happening day in, day out, and shit, I need to probably start trading these more. At least the clean setups like this that do go straight up. If I would have said on AMD, we would not have got it, but it would have been a perfect example of that straight up move. This is what we wait for, That's what you're seeing in large caps a lot here recently. So if you're trading large caps, look for the reversals. Find that. If you don't want to trade the opening movement, I get that. You don't trade pre-market. I get that. Wait to find something like this. And sometimes it's the opposite where, we may be a little bit above the VWAP at opening bell. We spike up real hard like this, and then come down and then go back up. Today we spike real hard. I meant before the opening bell. So right before the opening bell, we spike up, fail, and essentially build this upside down is my point, right? So imagine if I just put the SPY, inverse it real quickly. We'll inverse the SPY here. So imagine we do this. Boom, fail, come down really hard. And you don't want to trade that open, even this, because you're like, well, I don't know where the bounce play is going to be at. Maybe it's at whatever. Well, where the reversal is going to be at up top is my point. And so you could just sit back and wait for this. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, then oh well. You'll wait to get the next best trade. But we've seen so much of it to where you could have, 40 minutes after the opening bell, boom, shakalaka, now you're up almost 2 points. That's what we've seen a lot of here recently. And so just sit back and see if you get it. Kind of almost right here. You almost got it on Tesla. Big reversal out of the gate. Came back up. Almost hit it there. I'm telling you, just seen it across the board from large caps. Way too often. It's kind of becoming predictable, and I hope maybe into the new year stays that way, and then we can start trading them back to some normalcy because I finally have gotten the rhythm down. What's this? Oh yeah, that's the thing. Okay, good. Someone responding to the gas because yesterday I passed the gas station that sold the $1.8 billion lotto. I had to go get dog food and some other anyway, but I was like, oh. So I'll record this and put it on my stories on Instagram. And then that do not follow me. 2 things here real quickly, guys. While I have you here, while I'm going over all this charting with you. Here's my Instagram and YouTube. So Instagram, YouTube, I'm posting great lessons, one-on-ones. Go look at my YouTube. Hopefully, and again, here's my YouTube page here for all of you that do not follow me. Go subscribe. Slowly getting the members up here. But all the videos here that we have, from one-on-one, kind of like dual streams, what I call Dual Stream Friday. I still have, I had the full interview right here from Tammy Marshall. I know some of these don't have a lot of views. Some have way more views than others. Just way it's funny how I'll go through a month with no views, and I'll have then some months with 2, 3, 4, 500 views. But a lot of good information here. Stock market previews, all these different lessons here as well. Walking you through trades. Got a lot of good information over the past year or two. I'm starting to slowly but surely add more to the YouTube, talking about how to make money, interviews with other traders, doing my Dual Stream Friday, putting those out there for you guys so you get to talk with other traders and the roundtable discussions, hearing from other traders, whether it's talking about taxes and helping you out, or to Kevin Avery and certain setups, or same thing with J Trades and maybe a motivational, inspirational one. But there's all kinds of good information from all these traders. I got so much more to post. So if you have not subscribed, go subscribe. And then same thing for Instagram. It'll be a lot of just my life, what I'm doing, good information on stocks as well, because whatever I post, and that's why I make it part 3, because you only do 20-minute long videos on Instagram. So that's why there are a lot of stuff's cut in 20-minute increments. There, now you get why. But this is a lot of good information over here. And of course, then then some fun, my cars, stuff about the pack and the dogs, whatever it may be. Yeah, but this is it gives you lifestyle information if you want to come into the AK-47 world of stock trading. And you can see right here where I go through these bursts of lots of views for whatever reason. Anyway, but this is where I show off some more of the social life crew, cars. I test drove this GT4 RS, which was really fun. Of course, this is Voltron X5M competition. We got the 392 final edition. That's Beerus. This keeps you up to date with more of the day in, day out Josh AK-47 life and what I'm doing here, and posts I do, and those rays were pretty cool. But here's the gas station. Someone was just responding to that a second ago. So, anywho. So you get to keep up there. The dog life, the Josh life on the side. And I am doing the holiday BOGO sale. So if you do want to come join me after this week, which will be free, I know. But after this week, the sale will be gone. But this week. If you book the $70 live stream, you get the morning alerts for free for that month. And you get one free one-on-one. So if you just want to come test drive me for a week or for a month, you get not only, of course, the live stream, but you get a month of the morning alerts for free and one free one-on-one. And what are the one-on-ones? Hour-long Zoom sessions we do in person, going over your trades. At first, you get to learn charting, what I'm trying to figure out, who you are as a trader and what and you got a ton of questions for me. We eventually start trading together. We can't do all that in the first one, but boy, oh, these are very beneficial. If you want the 6 months of the live stream, that saves you paying 1 month off from monthly, so it saves you $70. But then I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream for $700, I'm throwing in 6 months of the morning alerts for free and 6 one-on-ones for free. This is what most are getting. The live stream and morning alerts pack. It's taking my breath away. Truly. I'm throwing, of course, that's saving you 2 months here and here. So $200 it's saving you instead of paying monthly if you buy this, for $1,000. But I'm throwing in the 23 pack. That's right, 23 one-on-ones with me. These these are all half price. My one-on-ones are actually half price right now. I can't type out enough, but this should be half off. Buy 3 get one sale. These are buy 3 get 1 free, kind of how I label them. But these are half off. I can't do the slash on the internet on Wix for whatever reason. They don't let me do the slash and show, hey, these should be 400. But these are 400 usually. These are 600. I usually do these for 1,000 for 12, and this is like 15 or 1,600. So if you want this, I'm throwing in this for free. If you want the 4-pack, I'm throwing in 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. If you get the 6-pack of one-on-ones, I'm throwing in 2 months of each. The 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of each. And if you buy the 23-pack, I'm throwing in 6 months, a half year of the live stream and the morning alerts. So essentially, you have everything when you book anything. So if you book the live stream, you're getting the morning alerts and the live stream. Or the morning, I should say, you're getting the morning alerts, of course, the live stream, but you're getting one-on-ones. Whatever if you get this, I'm going to throw in a live stream and the one-on-ones, or the live stream and the morning alerts. What I've just noticed from all the traders, if they have everything, they have the morning alerts, they have me in the morning to go over levels, they can test their levels, they can get my levels, and hey, the AMD call outs and where to trade and what to trade and what you should be trading, where stop losses is, where targets are. Like BNA, I said 260. Well, that ends up being the resistance in the the ceiling today. The AMD reversal call out. Starting off with morning alerts. So and then you're gonna start putting lines on. Oh, I've got a line in there. The relation confirmation starts to kick in. Weeks of you have in the morning alerts. Again, my top trader with the morning alerts and about 18 months of morning alerts. So about a $500 investment. And I showed you earlier has made 5, 6, 7 mil. Turned $950K, account, his savings essentially, into over 4 million. And his self-administered IRA trades even better. So that means he's made 5+ million and a year and a half off my level. Again, named his sailboat levels because of it. Like that, like I cried. I was on the Peloton and I'm like crying. And Avery comes in like, "What are you crying for?" I'm like, we're working out. What's she saying? She got you that emotional? That's how awesome and beneficial the morning alerts are. Besides getting my levels, what to trade, when to trade, you start testing yourself and getting really good at it. Having my confirmation, in that's huge. The live stream day in, day out. So you can come over here and ask me questions. You're seeing me every day. You're joining me, going live, over levels, over charting. Then that relation confirmation's double kicking in now. And then doing the one-on-ones with me. So then we can go back over levels and you're charting in your trades and blah, 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 blah in the afternoon or in the morning after I'm done live. So 3 levels, right? 3 stages. I've noticed when traders have all 3, it's chef kisses. They do a lot better, a lot faster. So that's why, again, you book this. You want the live stream for 6 months? I'm giving you half the time, morning alerts, and I'm giving you some one-on-ones. You want this for a year? Well, I'm throwing in 6 months. So let's get my point. About half the time of what you book, you'll have the other thing. So if you have even this, that's for a year, right? Well, 23 one-on-ones is me every other week for a year, or every week for a year. Take advantage of the BOGO sale, and I'll put my link out there. So those are the 2 things for any of you new traders that are joining today. Follow me and take advantage of the sale. Mr. Nudes, you ever trade with your shirt off asking for a friend? I do sometimes, Ben Noodles. Sometimes I pull over my confessional. I do sometimes, like Usher. But that's only if your friend asks. I'll do it then. Your friend has to ask me to do it, and then I'll do it. If your friend asks, then I'll do it. So it's a great deal with the real assistance and knowledge here. Yes. 100%. So take advantage. Like I said, I'm here every day, Monday through Friday. I am going to be off probably again this Friday, just to take advantage, kind of like a 4-day weekend, then back at it, which I think we have off like President's Day or something. No, it's MLK Day this month, President's Day next month. So we will have another, couple of days off each month coming up here, and sometime in January we'll have another Monday coming up. It's a weird stretch here to start the year where we have like a lot of days off. Christmas, the New Year's Day, MLK Day, President's Day, Washington's B-Day, whatever you want to name it, whatever it is. But anywho. But yes, I'm here Monday through Friday, and then doing one-on-ones. I do them in pre-market. We do them after the opening bell, while the market's still moving. We do them in the afternoon, power hour, after hours. So not Saturday, Sunday. Those are my days off. I used to do them here and there, but when I wasn't streaming live as much, I did them on Saturday here and there. Hold on, let me let a couple of my daughters in. Can you let Big Man out, please? Okay, Merlin. I saw that, I forgot about it. Come here, Domino. Merlin, come here, then please lead him back to me. Can you please lead him back to me? You're going to have to lead him back to me. Come on, Merlin. Come on.
Domino.
She's fine, Avery. Yeah. And then you get to see that. You get to have real life. These dogs that want to be in my office with me. Okay, so anyway, there's the spiel now. So we got that. Does that make sense though, Ben? Shirt off, only if your friend asks. At least thanks for the love. Mims help you there on charting and what to be doing time frame wise Monday through. And I have those lessons out there. Go follow me on YouTube. The big lessons are they're here on YouTube. If you go to my YouTube channel, I don't know why this is doing that and being really annoying right now. Right, so I've got more elongated ones here. How to chart like professional, part 1. There's part 2, part 3. I just did that again here recently. So there, Merlin, guys, come on now. Margot, lay down. Come on, y'all want to come back here? Lay it on down now. These are huge right here. These 6. So you've got the old school part 1, and then you've got part 2, and then you've got part 3 right here, right? And you've got the new ones as well. There's part 1 and there's part 2. I need to do the large caps. I don't have the large. That's right. I don't have the large caps part 2. I have to do large caps part 1, part 2. I forgot. I have to go edit that. So I have to edit that and put that out there. I don't think I have part 1 and part 2 of the large caps, or maybe I do. Yeah, there it is. Just had to scroll down a little bit more. So that was the more updated one right here. So and not that it's like updated. It's just same thing. Literally, I just redid it. So go watch that. These are huge. Of course, my first one's got a ton of views. The ones I did a couple of years ago, 736. Each one had a slowly but surely Made a little less money in the box office. Okay, let me go help my wife because I have no idea what's going on. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. BNA done. BNAI is most likely done. I'm gonna go back over here and kind of check the scanners, see if we see anything else. It's always a good thing to do that. Always go check to see if there's anything else moving. What is going on outside my house right now? All right, reversing back on down SOPA here. Watch for one more bounce at this 265 area. That's what I'm looking for and kind of been waiting for. I usually go to the top of the hour, which we're at right now, and call it a day. Usually, typically, if I haven't gotten a trade in, I'm going to look at large caps in just a minute. But this is really about our only last runner. GVH isn't bad for the day here. Just really low volume and not a fan of that where it goes and comes. I would never trade this. Only way you would ever trade this would be a higher high pattern for a reversal. So go to like 440, right? You can see the first high was at, we'll call it 385 to 4. This went to about 415 to 420. So go to around 445 to 450 for your short potential. Other than that, small cap space, I am not seeing a lot else out there. WOK, maybe trying to ramp back on or around here potentially. BNAI is done pretty much in my opinion now. It could maybe pop back on up, but that volume has been so low for so long. RPGO, what's going on there? RPGO's, I think that's the sub $1 play, right? RPGO, yeah, the sub $1. I don't look at these ever. I stopped trading these memes first year I started trading them. They didn't move enough for me to get good solid action or me to really build up enough charting for like my bounce plays to occur. Just generally most of the time. So I just stopped looking at them and trading them. Now you can make money off them. I'm not saying that, again, you can make money multiple ways in the stock market for sure. You have to find your edge, so to speak. Right now, the main edge that's working in small caps, again, as you can see, bounce plays, which we've had a couple here. We're trying even again here at this 285 mark. And reversals up top. If you can find them at the key area, which again, you don't really see much there at the 320, 315 mark. Going back in time here recently, you'll try to find it, right? It's not like there's a ton there. There it is. So there it is. So you have that 310, 315, 20 reversal. And you just got to trust that line that when it does pop back on up, it's going to see resistance there, which earlier went a little higher. which we did talk about that, as resistance into 355, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Now, what are we doing to chart this, right? If we're charting this, we're going to the 4-hour time frame at first to see if we see anything major. We see something here, right, close to around 90 cents, so that could be a magnet for this play, potentially, with a lot of resistance, as you probably can see here, coming in right at around, which we'll zoom in a little bit more, starting from around 50, 57, give or take, to 60 cents. And then let's see here as we're popping up here, can we maintain this area? If we can maintain 57 to 60, this play will probably have its leg up and continue to go. And really, if you go through that, there's not much else to say, hey, where's resistance at on the way up through here, right? You don't see it. It's at 60 cents. So if it gets over 60, and it's going to probably pop to 80, maybe a little bit higher. So it does have good past chart history. I will say that behind this boss. Just looking at that, there's not a lot of good charting there to hold it down. So that's usually a good sign for this to be a potential runner, versus sometimes those other sub $1 plays. I mean, it's just been stuck in the $1 area and below for such a long time. Now, support on this, where would it be at? Well, I can't really see it that well on that chart because of how long it's been running today, and this kind of thing goes back to that 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute. I would say, let's see, again, we saw this 57 I just talked about on past chart history. Let's see if this becomes support now. It was definitely resistance once here, twice here, and even a third time. So I do like that for potential. Putting a line in here as we're trying to hold that, as I just talked about, right? But below that, where am I going to go in and put a line in? Ooh, this isn't that clean, to be honest, right? We have lows here, but then we have lows here. So I'm going to say in this vicinity of right around 46 cents or so is support. Now, and this is why I don't trade these, because then again, I see a lot of sandwich and touching right at about 48 and a quarter or so. And we did try to hold it. Generally did bounce on it and then went a little bit below it till we held. So that would be your main support area. You'd want to add in there, like say if you like this ticker and you wouldn't see it be along, right? That would be your major support. And then you're trying to find some intermittent in between, right? So then we have this area right here, and you are building, of course, this isn't like it's moved a ton of since today. So there's another little area, right? If you go back, extend to the left, you can see it's touching here, and then there's not a lot going on. Is there a lot going on right here? Maybe at 54, 55. Yeah. So we'd go like right here-ish, going back to, which I didn't put a line. I thought I just had to draw it in. My bad. But and that's what you're looking for. And you're going to trade in and out of those 2 to 4 cent, maybe 6 cent areas a lot of the time with these tickers, right? That would be it though. Then you're just these are your areas. You'd have one right here, right, and then you can have one right here. Somewhere around there-ish. Anyway, now we're going to see which it is so far. And she is so far. That 57 cent mark is holding. So, this is now the new ceiling, so to speak, is the new floor. With really not a lot of movement to go, in my opinion, possibly. Maybe, of course, you can go bigger on these plays. I think that's where a lot of traders fuck up at first. Of course, I love having trade the pool when it comes to that. Then if you do want to go big, well, then go to big over there. Go 2,000, 4,000 shares, 7,000 shares on this. I want to go 10,000 shares. I know it doesn't cost a lot. But, it's hard to stay in those trades when you're in so big a lot of the time. You just have to be a part of the move. And that's, I think, the big mental thing for a lot of traders at first is finding and being a piece of the move. But this is your one runner now. And then everything else really starting to soak up and dry, it's getting dried out. You could say right here, in my opinion, is now the start of an uptrend channel, right? There's your trend line, and we can see that we're not going to get back to that, but we did get into this old trend line up. So I'm going to leave that in case somehow we do squeeze again. Would be a good double top for the W shape here for sure. That would be another good trade to be had. Did come down, and we're getting another bounce here. Now, again, it's taken 10, 15 minutes for this bounce play to work out for, even 10 cents. Maybe 15 at most, somewhere in there. But this would be your new uptrend channel. And I would even say, let's go and put on that. This would be your resistance line. And it's pretty damn parallel. So that's your new uptrend channel right through here. Hey, yeah, he's a 9. I only have it on one chart. I don't like having it on all my charts. Not a big fan of a lot of lines. You know, I usually generally don't leave lines in ever. I think we probably discussed that a couple times. Not a big fan of leaving lines in, to be honest. But yeah, like I have my, over here on the charts tab, I got the 9 with the MACD below. Those are usually, a lot of traders use the 9 EMA and the MACD together. You know, showing that bullish state right there as we flip over. I call it the Thanos crossover. So we flip to the bullish side, flip to the bullish side. There's your entry for the long, you know, and somewhere through here, essentially, especially once you break this downtrend, you know, with target number 1, in my opinion, would be, you could have it at multiple spots just depending on where you got in for entry-wise and depending on how big, but, you know, just scaling out at resistance and fill areas with your overall target moving to new, you know, the high of day. This would be your target, holding shares to that, and then right now you'd be out like everything but the small little itty-bitties and just holding to see if this gets that 85 cent nasty upper shadow you saw in the past chart history. But this is working out. You know, this is a nice, at least in market, you know, floating back through, being bullish when it became negative here to the bearish side. Now back to the bullish and just really overextending. Is getting a little top heavy in my opinion. You know, this is really moving to the extreme bullish side. I would imagine if I had to venture, the RSI right now is on this play is creeping up there into the 80s. Could be maybe higher. I don't know. If anyone has the RSI, you can let me know where it's at. But I bet it's getting high. You know, I can just tell we're getting really overextended off that MACD. I would imagine we see a sell-off here, or at least, if anything, some sort of consolidation with a sell-off, you know, followed by that. Still holding the uptrend channel here for GVH. I was hoping for SOPA to come down here at the top of the hour and give us a bounce play at 265. It's bouncing on the new trend, so to speak. And the other high, you know, of course, here in pre-market that we did see a bounce earlier on at 285. I don't think I'm going to stick it around for too much longer this morning. Any other questions you guys have? Any questions at all? Good slow morning to kind of just go over charting with you guys. Breakdown plays, large caps, really not a lot going on now. We have really turned to stalemate out to the right. Kind of form some choppier M's, and some plays just straight dead. Mims though, thanks for the questions. Thank you there, Elise. I just for the dates, for the dates. Yeah, they're about a month apart, something like that. And I always remember it now, doing this for so long. And it's funny, people have been doing it forever that I know and still get confused on days, and they don't know what days we have off or what are half days and such. A good example of putting lines in right here. Tesla. So Tesla, one of the lines I did leave in. You can see today how gorgeous this worked out. So look at this line on Tesla. Have this line in on Tesla from October the 1st. Came down today and bounced pretty much. I will say not on the dot, but that's pretty darn close, especially for a play like Tesla that can, you know, really range pretty heavy for the day. I would say your last good moves for the day are all on watch right now, and they still all have that same look where they could pop at any moment. We're getting a couple of small pops right now. GVH, watch for this to move to 450 area. You know, GVH to the 450 mark definitely would be on watch for a short potential. Right into this 450, 465 mark. You know, you can see the higher low pattern that has been forming. So watch for short 450 to 465. RPGL, I'm calling it right now. This consolidates and then starts to see a sell-off like we saw earlier. It still can go. I just think we sell off and see some consolidation. And then I think the one that could really rip is going to be SOPA. I think this still has a good opportunity. SOPA SOPA here. But it's got to hold like we talked about. You know, now I think it's going to be 260. We did talk about 235 earlier. And there's some sell-off. I would say this is now the new make or break line. You know, the new true strong pivot point. If it cracks 265, it'll be a lot like BNAI. And see some movement to the downside. Just kind of putter its way off to Nowheresville. Yeah, Mims, I'll do shares on large caps though too. I'll do shares on large caps as well. Usually options, though, for the most part. And what I usually do when I do options, I just go out usually to like, of course, if it's a large cap play other than SPY, I just use Friday, so any large cap ticker I would trade up until Friday, I would use Friday's expiration date. And then Friday, maybe if I'm in love with the ticker, I would use 0DTE in that Friday. If I love the setup, love what I'm seeing. If I don't, Merlin, please lay down. Merlin, please lay down. Merlin, please lay down. If I don't, which gets about probably 50-50 when I'm trading those on Friday anyway, right? But then I would just go to next Fridays. Very rarely trade the SPY. Again, have to be super in love with the 0DTE. Otherwise, I'll usually do like 2 or 3 days out. I'm always looking at volume. That's the key thing for me on those option plays is volume. Where's the volume at? Where's everyone trading? And then of course looking at the spread. Then along those lines, always kind of looking at theta and delta a little bit too. But generally, I know I'm not going to be on those plays long. So it's never, those aren't usually out of whack. So generally, most time it's let's go find the one with the most volume. It's heavily liquidated, a lot of people there. I'm going to be able to get in and out because it's got a tight spread too, a tighter spread. And those are the main things I'm looking for, and I'm in and out of those trades sometimes within 3, 4, 5 minutes. Sometimes I'm in them for 15, 20, 50, 15, 20, maybe 30, but not very much longer than 30 minutes. Unless the 0DT, it's a expiration date, not zero. It's like an expiration date that's far enough out. Beautiful right here, kind of like I talked about consolidation, getting that maxed out look and feel on the MACD, in my opinion, there as we got there on RPGL. And there's that consolidation / and sell off. Got that though, Mims? That makes sense on what on that too as well, on that end of things. Yes, sir. So I will be live again tomorrow. So come back over tomorrow, team. Same thing. I'm live later today. I just want you to know, for anyone that may just leave for the day or they're out for the day, I am live again tomorrow, same time tomorrow and Wednesday. Wednesday, about 30 minutes after the opening bell, I will do giveaways. So Wednesday, come over. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's a half day, the day before New Year's. I know. It's New Year's Eve. Come over that morning. Not only will I have giveaways, but it's going to be the year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. Father AK is going to come out. We'll have some stock hallelujahs. We'll have some things for you to repent your sins, your stock trading, and I'll start. Father AK starts things off. We'll have a good time, have some laughs, giveaways. Tomorrow, I'm going to probably try to get a trade in early on Wednesday for sure. Tomorrow, looking to get another trade in like today. I wanted another trade today. BNAI was a nice little breakout to start the day. Wanted to bounce play on it, then it kind of moved away. Wanted to bounce play on SOPA. I wasn't a fan of it. I should have taken it, and just added into that area, which would have been, essentially and potentially, like I talked about, probably my low orders 267, my high orders 287, and probably gotten filled 2,000 shares there. Would have been a nice trade, would have worked out for, definitely a good, probably $500 banger, if not up to, close to, even getting close to $1,000 overall once we got up there to the 320 mark from the overall average probably would have been like 377. So you get my point. It would have been a good trade. Right now, I think your best bet would be, if it needs to happen quick and it's not happening right now, would be GVH if it pops into this, which it may fail at 430. But that's the one trade that you can find that's identifiable as GVH and watching for reversals up top over and over and over until the trend line cracks. RPGL is on high watch for this to hold, and here we go. There's a consolidate. Now we may even still consolidate, but eventually breaking out and getting to 85, close to 90 cents. I think SOPA, the rope, was about to be done. You can watch for one more potential short or trade at 265 for the bounce play, and then watch for a crack underneath this and watch for some short right through here. Right now could get a little choppy in this area, as in on the way down, so be careful with the short here if you took the candlestick confirmation on the trend line crack. Like, here's another MIMS. This would be a old school AK-47 trade where I'm in 100 times out of 100, 1,000 times out of 1,000. I'm taking this trade, back in the day. Now, because we do actually get really good candlestick confirmation. Oh, you son of a bitch, you. And we'll see these about 3 times a week now, maybe. We used to see 3 in a day, whether we saw it in pre-market, through the opening bell, and different tickers. you would have gotten 3 every day. But this is what back to, remember earlier, we get the big death candle now. This is better. This is usually what I used to get. Great candlestick confirmation outside. We're in around 285, right? Somewhere around 280, 285 at worst. And then that one candle or 2 candles afterwards, you go on a 1 minute time frame, right? And you can see here, we would have been in somewhere around there. So it took a few candles, right, in the 1 minute time frame. And then, boom, then that big death candle comes in because you crack the trend. Traders are scared. They're not coming in. No buyers are coming in. All those buyers start market ordering out, freaking out. Then it hits a lot of the stop losses from traders that because they've been long for, maybe earlier in the blah blah blah, so they just kept moving their stop loss up. That's when these candles come in, and I add this is an AK-47 Josh Smith. This is all day every day. Late 2020, late to mid 2020, I came up with trend line cracks, and then in 2021, you can go back to my YouTube channel, and when I started putting out trend line crack, I think it was early 2021 was when I put lessons out. This was it. You'd get candlestick confirmation. There's your entry, and then boom, and then target would be target 1 here. As soon as it had that red death candle down, I'm probably out half right now, and then I'm waiting to get out another quarter somewhere in this area, as close as I can to this line, and then just letting the last quarter ride out. Stop loss for me would probably be back above the 265 mark, right? Just saying, okay, if it gets back above that, it's probably just going to then chop around and reclaim and move around. That was a great trade. Again, was not expecting this massive red death candle as I'm talking about it. Honestly, but this is almost A1A if I'm looking for a trade back in, 22, 23, 24, 2021. I'm trading these all day, every day. And trust me, most of my traders that have been in my lobby are like, man, I cannot wait for those to come back. They're just too easy to trade because everyone identifies them and everyone sees the uptrend channel. And so and especially, the longer it sits in that channel and then finally cracks, again, recently we're just getting so many death candles that it's just like, woof. This one got 3-4 minutes of being, of you could have got in. Then that candle came in. And that's what I'm typically used to. Like I talked about here with RPGL, just channel mode right now, just channeling up top, that consolidation sell-off mode. MIMS, that makes sense? Anyone else out there have any questions for me? I know really good breakdown today. 2.5 hours here of commentary so far. Got in a little late this morning because we were slow. Then ASPC, because I didn't keep my eye on anything this morning because nothing was moving. Then ASPC finally jumped up in pre-market. A lot of the time when you get those spikes in pre-market, it won't do anything in market, and thus we got that. So don't forget that. Another mini lesson right there for any of you traders. Go real quickly back to ASPC. When you get the spike out of nowhere in pre-market, generally most of the time you won't do anything in market. You just won't. Got it, Mims? We all good? Everyone else from earlier, I think Mims was the man. I know there's probably some wallflowers out there. I'm going to take a break for now. I will jump back on the mic at lunch. I always do, and I will for Power Hour. I have this week off from doing one-on-ones. So today, nothing but you guys. It's all me and it's all you. So goal is go take a break off the mic for like the next 2 hours. Come back in here right around lunch, in about 2 hours from now. Check in on things. Jump on the mic. See if I see anything. If not, then Power Hour, as always, starts up about 15, 30 minutes or so before Power Hour. So that's always afternoon commentary each and every Monday through Friday. You can count on morning commentary to be just like today, and as long as it was, walking you through setups, walking you through trades, what to be looking for, large cap to small cap, and then taking a break for a couple hours, doing a little lunch check-in, seeing how things are doing at lunch. And then afternoon commentary always starts right around, like I said, right before Power Hour, essentially. Right before Power Hour. Large cap plays are stuck as of right now. SPY and Tesla's inverse of the market. Literally Tesla's inverse of the market today, which is really funny. Almost exact opposite of SPY. SPY, it looks like maybe we could see some more pullback and sell-off to the downside there potentially. Most of these other plays, though, in most plays I am looking at, though, have kind of tightened up after the opening bell, up move, down move. A lot of big movement to start the day, and then now we've just stopped. But some of those movers that I'd look at are Tesla, SPY, Qs. Those are my favorite movers that you could look at moving forward. I'm not a big fan of SPY and Q unless it dumps off. I'm just saying look for that, the SPY and the Qs to dump off. That's about it. Google had some good, no, not Google, AMD. AMD had some good movement as well to start the day, and it's really tight right now, so that's another one to keep your eye on. So I'll put that over here. We'll go AMD, and then we've got, Yeah, we'll go spine. Go. All right, all right, all right, all right. There's your 460 area working right there for GVH. GVH, if this gets back below 430 in this uptrend channel, this is really going to work out. If it stays above, oh, and here it comes off the crackback. SOPA for more. SOPA, beautiful right there. We'll go to GVH right now, top stock to watch for some movement. I do like, of course, RPGL's up over 100%. SOPA trendline crack. This is what, again, all day, every day, AK-47. I can't wait for these to come back and work in every ticker you look at, when it's working like this. And you can see how the stop loss is working out perfectly right there. As I talked about, Mims, any other trader out there listening, this is what I want to start coming back and working. I'd rather do this any day of the week than short the tops. I'm not a big fan of shorting the tops unless it's just super clear and identified. This is way more identified. You see the trend line, you candlestick confirm outside of it, you crack down, then your former support resistance areas become, look, you don't bounce on it, which you love as the short happens out as a shorter, comes down, and now old support becomes what? New resistance comes up, fails at it, curls down for more, and this is exactly why AI was out half here, and now about to be out another quarter as we move into the 240 mark here on SOPA. All right. I'm going to take the break off the mic and say we'll be back at lunch around 1:30 Eastern. Cool. All right, guys. I'll be back here in just a bit. Any last questions you guys have, put them in chat. Last questions, comments. There we see. Boom. I'd be out right there. Then I'm out. Now I'm out 3/4. Now I'm out 3/4 of this SOPA trade on the downside. Just waiting for, now I'm out, 40-cent trade out 3/4. Absolutely love it. All right, team, I'll be back here again in about 2 hours for a check-in at lunch. All right, back in a bit. I'll throw some jams on at lunch. Some music.
Would you breathe my life? Why could sleep be fine? We'll never be midnight. We'll never be midnight. you breathe my life. Why can't we sleep be fine? We'll never be midnight. We'll never be midnight.
Back on the mic real quickly, just for you guys, just to jump on here for a quick minute. Now that the it's lunchtime hours, still had some decent moves from the day here over the last 45 minutes, the last hour as I stepped out of the office. SOAP is trying to make its move up. What we're going to do though right here is GLSI. I've talked about this play so many times in my history of trading over the years. This is one of my very first tickers that I saw go crazy parabolic on back in 2020. Well, of course, I saw a lot of plays that year, but the ones that I remember, in my point being, it may have had some news this morning. I don't think it had anything too crazy. It extends board of directors yet. Nothing at all. This was, though, stage 3 positive breast cancer news back in 2020. So 2020 had COVID news. You just had to release anything medical related really in 2020. And that is my point. I mean, especially when you saw phase 3 positive, stage 3 cancer news, phase 3 trials, positive results. It went crazy. Look up early, and I can even show you real quickly here. We'll go back 1 year, 1 day. Let's go back to, what am I doing here? Daily. What? Oh, that's RPGL. That's RPGL, not GLSI. Not GLSI. Let's go to GSLI real quickly. GLSI. Check it out. Boom! There it is. All of it, that also helped. It was a newer IPO play, so there wasn't a lot of charting to hold this play down, but there it goes. Kawami. But it's now making its way all the way kind of back on down. This was perfect too. RPGL, right to the target we alerted for earlier. Holding this area and then squeezing and going for more of that 85-cent mark that we saw here. Where was that on the 4-hour time frame? I think we caught that was like an after hours or a pre-market spike one day. Yeah, right here. Bam. And there's your 85, 86, 87, 80 cent, 80, whatever you want to call it, cent resistance. And there you go. It's dying on off. And so is GVH. Another play that has not been that bad today was BNAI. That one actually ramped BNAI. This one ramped back up on around. We'll put the uptrend channel on BNAI right there. SOAP is trying to move back up on an uptrend channel too. But right now, those are really your main movers for the day. What was the other one we were looking at too? I think that's really all of them really. Oh, ASPC. ASPC was this morning. That's right. So now that GVH has died off a little bit, it's trying to come back on around though right now. So it's trying to even U-shape back on around. But these are going to be your main plays that are up for the day. BNAI is up 100%. GVH is up, 60%. SOAP is up 45%. RBGL the most at 171. GLSI it's dying on off, but that was a fun runner. So what I will put is GVH right here on watch as this starts to move up. And I think it stays in these deviation, uptrend channel and doesn't really go crazy on the breakout side today. As far as large caps are concerned, just kind of going through those, I didn't really see a lot of good movement earlier. As it's been choppier, chop. What did have this one good low of day crack short right through there? You can see had a nice little shelf built in somewhere through there, and finally really cracked it. But again, wasn't that big of a short really, and then it was less than $1. And it's just the bounce plays, bounce play back up, reversals. Those are the bigger moves. Bounce plays and reversals, where you're making most of your money in the large cap space here recently. Waiting for Tesla to come on down some more. Does it hold this key support area at 63.50, 63.75? Try to U-shape back on around as it come back down to my little magical 61, 62 mark. Working our way back through these. PLTR, how's she looking? Pretty dead. Not a lot of good movement there to trade. NVDA, same. Nothing really, just kind of moving up this uptrend channel. These are lines that I've had in. Forgot we did this the other day. Or was this today we did this earlier on NVDA? That's right. We did this earlier to see how well these work in the upcoming days. Bounce plays, boom. Almost right into my line down here at 54.30. You can see here just cents away from my line there. Beautiful move on back up. That's where you're moving, that's what you're looking to trade. Bounce plays, reversals. Here's a little inverse head and shoulders right there. Shoulder, head, shoulder. Moving its way back on around. Most likely gets through this, which is pushing through right now. We'll get back up to this 58 mark for Meta. I know. Google, not that great. Margot's being very curious as a kitten, essentially, so to speak. Like, what are we doing, Dad? Nice uptrend channel, though. You know, this looks to squeeze. I've had that on watch over here, bottom right-hand chart. I've got the SPY on watch over here, so those will be the 2 large cap tickers I'm keeping on watch. Let's go for a third one here. Is there anything else looking good? ASPC, nothing there. Be ugly. Don't be ugly. Don't be ugly. Margot, Icy. Ooh, nice big U-shape right there. Big old U-shape. This most likely gets shoved out, so you can watch for a reversal and short opportunity right around 74 into 74, 20, 30 area. Apple, there's a decent trade to be had here, possibly coming on up. Tesla, not a big fan of that look, really. Really not a lot to trade there. There's just not a lot of good chart built up. You know, right here, at least on NVDA, you've got the trend line here, looking for that squeeze, a potential pop for more. Could go for a dip buy back down here as well. You know, that's got some, you know, some opportunity to it. Not that it's great either, but we do have this nice low and steady uptrend. I mean, if you talk to most traders, this is definitely a slower day. If you go back and listen to my morning alerts and the levels that I gave, I'm going to say that I'm probably right on it. We don't, of course, have too much time left in the day, but let's just go back and listen to the SPY and my morning alert for it and its levels. I know it's a longer one, but then let's get the levels.
686.60 area. 686.60. Watch for a move down today for your ultimate low of day down to 685 to 685.20. I'm going to make this a more tightened day. Yet again, I know Friday was a full day long. Actually, less movement on a full day than we had on Wednesday, which is a half day. I'm going to go with Monday and Friday, the bookends of last week, another similar day to that. 685 to 685.20 ultimate low of day. On the way now, we bounced off of 650. The last low we made was 665 is going to be my normal low of day. That red to green move, seen a lot of that there at the opening bell here recently, and that ends up being the low of day. 100 plus before we ever see 650 again. We did just dip down really hard at the opening bell at 860 or 686.65. 686.65 is going to be my normal low of day. That red to green.
Wow, so I was really close to normal low of day, which was 686.65. That held up for the longest time, and I said ultimate low of day.
There at the opening bell here recently, and that ends up being the low of day. Under 860.65 area, 860. If I can talk, 686.60 area, 686.60. Watch for a move down today for your ultimate low of day down to 685 to 685.20.
So I was a little off there. We didn't get quite down there, but you can tell where I said we're just going to stay tight today. So you can go through, and I like doing that. We'll start doing that a little bit more here during lunch and power hour if we're slower, and just to listen to the levels on how close we were. You know, as far as levels for the day, like AMD would be another one right here. Did I even give AMD today? I think I did.
We are running hand in hand today, and we're running hand in hand from 215 into 216. Crazy strong resistance.
That's right. That's right. I just went in and told you guys to look for a short right there out of the bell here. This was 8 minutes in. Is before this play was popping up fully. This play was at this. So this is at 38 after. So right at the start, the close. Right at the close of this candle. I'm telling traders.
Anywhere above 215. 215 into 216. Crazy strong resistance, as you can see here for AMD. Although we are running hand in hand, so pay attention to what the SPY and other and AMD or Apple's doing here for the most part. I haven't got to the rest of these tickers, but I would be looking for a short on AMD at that 215 to 216 mark.
And that ends up being perfect. I didn't give levels for AMD for the day, but that ended up being great. What the dogs are doing out there. Anyway, I was trying to listen to them. I'm like, I guess they almost up there to listen to me. Uptrend channel crack here for SOPA. Could be cracking its uptrend channel right there. So there's your uptrend channel on SOPA. Starting to crack down a little bit. GVH slowing down. Had a little bit of volume mob burst right there. But these would be your 4 main plays to look at in the small cap sector, if I'm not mistaken. I'll go over real quickly and check the scanners one more time here, just to make sure I'm not off of anything, off my rocker. What did, oh, that's right, WAK just dumped off today. That's the top gainer. I was like, what was WAK? Oh yeah, WAK was the one that dumped off and didn't do shit. Yeah, that's it. We're looking at the top gainers. Cool. So RPGL, BNAI, SOPA, and GV are your top movers that I see anyone talking about right now. Any other tickers you guys want me to go over? Let me know, let me know, let me know. I will be back for Power Hour commentary probably here in about 45 minutes. Probably right around 2:30 Eastern. Girls, what are we doing out there? Getting all antsy-pantsy. Oh, when did you get back out there? When did you get back out there? Oh, okay, gotcha. Didn't know that. I didn't hear. She's sneaky. All right, I'll be back here in about 45 minutes. I don't see really anything else moving right now. Did really get some moves at lunch while it lasted, about 45 minutes to an hour ago, which would have been the BNI squeeze. This nice little pop up, this uptrend. You can see the uptrend channel right, and then squeeze. And then the other one was the one I showed you with GLSI. Had that nice slow and steady move today from about 21, 22 up to around that 26 mark, and then just blew up from there. And then now it's back on down, not doing much. But I'm keeping my eye on it as well. Be back here in 45 minutes. Throw some jams on for you guys. We'll be back here in just a few, team. get someone's attention. I don't know if you could hear any of that, G Delcor. Can't hear you. Damn it. Oh man. Okay, what I was talking about was going over charting here essentially. When to keep lines in. I was talking about this bottom trend line right here. How long to keep that in. I thought I muted that. That's hilarious. You might see it on small caps where, tomorrow we come down and we bounce on. Now, these lines we won't need in. Tomorrow, very, very unlikely. Maybe we run back into them in their resistance. Every once in a while, we'll run, these little bit slower movers that go from 1 to 3, and 3 to 5, then 5 to 10. They start taking off a little more. Maybe we start running to them, here and there. So it's always worthy of keeping these in, so that's what I was saying. This one for sure you want to keep in down here. You might come back and bounce on it for, especially what I was saying, more so large caps. And I'm sure you've seen that where you start a trend line and it comes back the next day and bounces on it in pre-market and goes flying up. And then bounces on it like the third day or the fourth day, comes back down to it and bounces on it in market. Then eventually cracks it and becomes a great, trend line crack, multi-day trend line crack where it goes down for 2 or 3 days. So that's why I say put the lines in, keep them in to see when and how long they work. How long do they work out for? I always keep mine in till the next day and see how well they worked in. If they're not, respecting them, they're not honoring them, there's just no point. No point to keep them in, leave them in. And, you find the ones you want to keep in by doing this day in, day out. And then you can start trusting those as, like people, AK pivot points. They're just pivot points, but my key areas, my sandwich areas, really, as I call them, you're flipping, flopping forth back and between them, and you're keep continuing to honor them. Now, trend lines eventually, you're just not going to, you're going to get rid of them, right? Like I could really, if I wanted to, of course, I can come over here to the SPY, and this would be a great example here for the SPY, and go to the 4-hour time frame. I don't really need to keep these uptrend, this line, they're not really working. They were honoring here and there right after. You could see this one honoring it, and then there were times we were respecting it, and you can see we're bouncing off out of it. But these right here anymore, I mean, let's just be honest. Are we going to get up to 7? You can see where they're at. That squeeze just does not seem like it's happening, which we've been having a nice good move all year back up from the freaking, you go back to, for of course, the, you look how far back I've got to scroll. Look at that. All the way back here. Damn it, I knew I just should have been yelling from the rooftops. Like these, I can obviously, trend lines eventually you can get rid of. Now the horizontal lines, we'll never see this again. Well, we'll never, unless something just crazy end of the world, I say end of the world, but something apocalyptic, not even COVID, nothing like that would do this. And you're not coming back to 5. We'll never see 500. It's just nuts to think that. You're going to go back 3 years ago in 2023 when we're having these talks. And I'll never forget those roundtables we had at Tradecaster. And that one we had in October was the best one we ever did, October 2022. Was how low can the SPY go? And you can't see 2022, of course, right now. Only you see the first week, but you can see how low we were the first week of 23. But 2022, go back 3 years ago, it was October 2022. And the question of that day was how low, there was a lot of good questions, but it was how low do we think the SPY can go? And I never forget this. I've said this so many times, but of course, I've got to, one of those ones, put this in your pipe and smoke it. Like I was like, one of those cha-ching moments where, point being, everyone was given their doomsday down low. Kush still went down low, but not that far. He said the 330s, but none of them. And I came out and I said, okay, I'm going to be the one devil's advocate here. I love doing this in stock trading and say, well, this is as low as we're going to go. We're not going to go any lower. Now I'll stick with your Reindeer Games deck and go with lower number, and I did. What's funny is like Kush took the number because of past chart history, took the number I wanted, which was 330, and I was like, I'll go a little lower, and I did like 323.07. I was like, and I saw a little bit there, but then I went Michael Jordan number, Elway number anyway. By the way, the Elway thing on Netflix is pretty damn good. Of course, anything me with Elway I'm gonna love, or Jordan. Anywho, but I said that. I was like, I'm going to be devil's advocate. That's the first thing I said. I'm going to come out of the gate here and say, we're not going to go any lower. And I wish we would have made a video off that. Like, Deck should have. That's why I wish some of the times I wish he would have made videos off his other traders. All that time he said, I want to be the Twitch of stock trading. I'm like, why didn't he make there's so many posts you could have done when I was going live, or in that round table where I literally called out, this is probably going to be as low as it gets. So I'm saying this is it, but I'll stick to your games, and say, we'll go lower. I was like, I don't think we're getting much lower. If you go back and look at that pullback we had then, it was pretty big and dramatic, especially just like even this one. You go back to February, we're at 608. You ask anybody back in February, like, oh, we're seeing 700 this year. Well, we would have, but we had to have a freaking $140 pullback. 100 minimum 100, 130. What's that? 610? Yeah, 610 to 4. That's nutso. And I'll never forget this. Back in March, going live over at Tradecaster still, right, and seeing these numbers, and again doing that whole how much lower are we gonna go? Like, there's no way you can go that much lower. And we didn't. It was that big tariff day or whatever, and then we came down lower, and we shot right back up in that same week. I mean, look at those weeks. You're talking about 1 week prior, the last week of March, starting it, at the 6. What's the open there? 649. We high of 549, and we go to 567. That's range in itself, right? And then vavoom, I mean, all the way down to 504, boys. I'll never get talking about that. Even all the way back to last year. God, that's over a year ago now, when J-Trades was over there, when we first were moving through 504. I'm talking about the 504 boys. Boy, how time flies. That's when I was murdering the market. No offense, bad choice of word, but no, I mean, you get my point, though. I was small cap, large cap, going long, going short, doing options, doing shares, doing earnings reports with options and shares. My most infamous one, multiple SMCI, which was actually just a call out going when it was from 900 when it went to 1,000 on Valentine's Day of 2024, doing earnings. And then that's when Taylor Trader came over and said, go against me, I'm going long. I was like, well, I'm going short. Trent said, if you're below VWAP, blah, 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 but the trend was from Q3 into Q2 for essentially 4 earnings reports. And it died off in Q2, but Q1, I was doing Q1s last year and I did Q2s, reports. When I was doing Q4. So it's Q4, so it's Q3, Q4, Q1, and so Q3, right, if I'm thinking about it right, when these are coming out. So point being, when earnings reports are, were coming out, this is where I really started. I did them when that last, like in October, November. That's when I started trading them a little bit. Because I never forget that. I think that's when it was either that one or the summer. Time kind of gets mixed together, but I want to say it was probably later than earlier. But I remember Deck went short on Tesla because Tesla had bad earnings reports. So I'm like, no, the trend's been, if you're above the VWAP, go long. And I went long, and it was killer. And then point being, I'll never forget to that it would be Q4 results, which come out the first of the year, right? So when you're getting Q4 results the first of the year, which is like late, here in about a month from late January to early February is when I started killing it. And that's when the SMCI called a 1,000, or then even doing earnings. And then even to the second one, which was Google, and that was the killer infamous one that I remember doing in Q1 report. So that's when it was Q3, Q4, Q1. So it's 3 earnings reports in a row. It started to change when Q2s came out of 2024. But so April, when Q1, so the second time we get earnings reports in the year, you're getting Q1 results, right? And in April, calling out Google when it actually would go to again, like another play, like this was Google, blah, 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 watch for it to go to like 185, blah, blah, and it went right to it on the dot. And there was multiple people that would take these trades with me. And that was the one that actually did. And I did options on. I usually would do shares. But this one I did shares and options on and made about $20,000. Like, it was instantaneously up 15, 20K. Because it was when these earnings reports and I'll show Google real quickly here. This was Google last year in the queue. This one right here. And there's that 185. And after hours, it hit 185, opened, and you can see it came back down. But it went all the way from 160 something, boom, straight up to 185 in after hour. Right there, right on the dot. These earnings reports were getting so big. Lately, you go into let's just look at, which all these are now like reverse split, but these earnings reports were huge. Like, look, I mean, I wish if you go look at the moves, they were just ginormous. SMCIs won't look nearly as big anymore. Back then, of course, there's the move up, but look at this move, and this is the move in February 2024 where I said it would go to 1,000, which was this day right here. It was of course, you can see here that it was this is weekly. But this was it was just, you were getting these bonkers moves. It was nuts, but Google was the one that I made the most on in one trade which was this earnings report right there in April, and this was the last earnings report I did. So again, these 3 earnings reports that I was killing right here. I started noticing it here, I didn't want to say, and traded this one more and heavily traded this one. and we were just killing it. And Google was one of my bigger ones here, where it was up above the VWAP, and that was the thing. The trend was if it was up above the VWAP and it stayed that way through lunch. Right now, I would get on the mic if I was going live that day, or if I wasn't going live, because I did lunch commentary, so I'd jump back on the mic, and then I would alert to both lobbies and say, hey, I'm like, I'd type out in Dex lobby, my lobby, and say, hey, Google, going long. Here are my levels. If it's good, we're going here. If it's bad, we're going there. We're above the V, and that the theme was, and I'm like, here's what I'm doing. I'm going long, and I'd wait till like, hey guys, I'm getting in now. But if it was above the VWAP, and it was above the VWAP in the hours right about right now of the day, so you got an hour and a half left, that you would go long. If it was below the VWAP, you would just go short. It worked out. I think at one time it didn't work out. It was it just kind of just went all up and all over the place. It was I know it was down. I think it was Amazon, I want to say possibly, and I didn't trade it because I was already. I wish Cisco was still around on the live stream. He used to join always on Fridays for free. He used to be on Tradecaster, and stuff came up, and always one of my free time. And I haven't seen him in months now, so I'm always like, where do these guys go? I haven't seen him in months. But he was one that would trade those with me, and he unfortunately took the Amazon one, and that was the one that didn't work out. That wasn't that great, but it didn't work. It just didn't work out. But most times it was, hey guys, here's what we're doing. And boy, I'm ready to do Amazon because I'm already in it long term. I was like, I'm already in this. I just don't want to do Amazon. But it was killer. That stretch was killer. But back to the SPY. Gosh, oh gosh, on the 504 boys, when me and Jay Trio and just going anyway, it's crazy. Time flies. Anywho, but now you can see, back to what I was talking, the uptrend channels, it's like, are we really going to get up there? The SPY, I'll leave those uptrend lines in for the time being. You go back to the 4 hour and you can see them. I'll leave those in because, yes, there is a chance that maybe, yes, we could possibly, yes, definitely could reach them. Maybe if we squeeze. I think it's unlikely, and especially as more time goes on, they're just going to slowly but surely get out of the way to where we won't need them. And so, always remember that. Keep those lines in as far as, are they still working, are they not working? I went in the 4 hour. I just want to zoom out a little so you can kind of see what I'm seeing here. And not that they're working that great, but they were. You had them up, the uptrend channel resistance that we had. So we had this overextended. There's where these lines come in at. The bottom uptrend channel, of course, this line matches this line. And then we had this overextension. And so that's where I put these lines in. And they really worked out. Even when you cracked it, we were failing at it. Then there was just most recent kind of true uptrend channel that I felt we were making. Through here. So I left that line in kind of being like the midline of resistance is above it, right? We can tell below it. And that's kind of the midline. Where truly, I don't think we're going to really use this line anymore. I'm actually going to adjust it. And I'm going to move it to like right here. Right? Somewhere about right there seems to be the new uptrend channel base. And you could even come in and try to find one for the top one. Like, again, I don't think we're going to go back to these. I think at this point you could leave them in if you wanted to have different drawing sets. But to me, I would leave the middle one in. And then I would add a secondary one off of this because it looks like it's going to be the most parallel. I'm either going to be off by a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be. I'm pretty close to it. You could come down a little bit if you wanted to, right, and get more touches of the candles. To get in there a little bit more parallel, but right through there-ish, and this would be your true new. And I'm gonna get rid of these lines. Don't need this. That's really messing things up. I don't think we're getting back to this. I think there's right now. I'd say I'm gonna get rid of them. What I would probably do, but I'm leaving them in just in case, like I've said. But this is truly, in my opinion, the uptrend channel we're on with the SPY, right? Tesla, just more consolidation out to the right. We were on this uptrend right through here, where again, this is where you could have that multi-day trend line that starts to form in. I have mine a little bit lower or higher to begin with, right up through here. We cracked that one. That was kind of through this theme. This is the overall theme that we are in. Somewhere right about right there. You can go tighter if you wanted to and get in a little bit tighter. Somewhere in there, though, would be the uptrend channel that we cracked. And now we'll have a multi-day consolidation here and there, but still pull back to where we come back down, and this ends up being where you become a swing trader. A lot of people that don't want to teach how to be a swing trader, they have a full-time job, they can't day trade, or maybe they're not that good at day trading, they can't really stare at charts all day long. It just isn't a good brain functionality. They can't get it to work. This is where becoming a day trader is very good. You just find an uptrend channel and you just wait for that uptrend channel to crack. You confirm, wait for the day to close. So your entry would have been somewhere in here, which is around we'll just call it 474. Right now you're up $10. Imagine tomorrow, the next day, and you're up $20, $30 as it gets down into the 40s. That's sort of what you need to start looking for. If maybe day trading isn't for you, you start to look at these overall uptrends and start trading those. And these lines start to become Star Wars right here, so I don't really need any of these lines in anymore, right? This downtrend was from last week. You could see it was forming this little wedge, and that was that day last week that I was going over with you guys. This was a really tight wedge that was forming. We were at the top base part of it. If you wanted to get through that ceiling, and if we did, we'd get a good squeeze, and we did that day. Very beautiful. It was the last day trade for me for Tesla to be had there, at least as far as looking at the chart. Now we start to get to this free-flowing area down here. There could be better day trades, earlier in the day, opening bell, so to speak. Oh, still just floating in that channel. Shocking. Slow and steady. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over? But this is the stuff I can just do it in my sleep. Just do it in my sleep. Talk about it like I'm talking to you guys right now and wiping the dust off the desk. I'm telling you, this room. Any questions? Anything you guys want to go over? Let me know. Let me know. I would love to do. I need to start doing giveaways like this today. Find the hidden object that's new to today's live stream. So you'd have to come to today. You'd have to be a daily live streamer for the most part. Be a part of my stream quite often. But I don't think you would actually see what I know is there that is actually new to today's live stream. Now, could you actually spot what is new today? What is new today? And I'll just go ahead and let you know because you're not going to find it. Now, maybe you might. But it's right here. This thing. See it? See this pole? This guy right there. It's golden color. It's got this gray base right there. Y'all see that? It's kind of going through the boxing gloves, so you can't really see the boxing gloves. You do see the boxing gloves. You do see them, but there's like this thing that's going through it. I'm gonna start doing, or I'll put like some days I need to put like a G.I. Joe on top, or a Ninja Turtle. Put a Ninja Turtle on top of the Ninja Turtle arcade, like somewhere down here. That's how I can do giveaways. Notice like Where's Waldo kind of stuff. I used to love those kind of books, like at the book fair and stuff. Anyway, so Polar vacuum. I cleaned it earlier. It's hairy. I mean, about once a month you got to clean that thing out somewhere right around there because it starts getting dirty and hairy. Clogged. I say clogged up, but it slowly but surely kind of does get a little clogged. Can't get the Roombas. Again, if you have a lot of dogs, Roombas aren't a thing. They are a thing, but you would just have to have like 4 of them. One would have to go, then you have to take it, then the second one would go off, then the third one would go off. It's just too much hair. It'd just be, and I've had so many people anyway, even earlier on, they're like, I've had like people just suggested it. And then we finally have talked to people that have more than like 3 or 4 dogs, and especially dogs that shed or that produce hair, which you have this many dogs. We have 14. 14 dogs. 2 cats as well. We're going to get some shedding. So it's just, might as well do it yourself. And our Dyson has that. I think Dyson makes a good vacuum, but they just the longevity. That's again, customer service. This is like the 3rd one I think we've had. The 2nd or 3rd one. I think it's the 3rd one. I got it. Replaced it, and when I replaced it the first time around, and I replaced it for a second time, and when I went to replace it, oh, well, we don't have that model anymore. We're just going to upgrade you. And they upgraded me from like the V8 animal one that we had to the V12. I think it's a V12. I don't think it's a V15. I think it's a V12. I'm like, yeah, of course, as a guy growing up, you always like saw the Lamborghinis or cars that made V12s, and I always thought that was cool as hell. So yeah, I finally got a V12. It's nice. It's badass. It has a little green light. It has a little green light. It makes vacuuming like a video game. I'm like, oh, my mom, even Avery, I'm like, wait. And I was like, wait till you use it. Of course, Avery forever goes, she used it right away. But my mom would come over, and below with the dogs, and she finally used it one day. Of course, this is months after us having it. When she had to finally, it may have been when we went to Colorado earlier this year. But anywho, she was like, oh my. And then Avery takes forever. Avery will be vacuuming for like 20 minutes. I mean, it does have a longer, bigger battery too. But oh my God. Yeah, she'll be in. I'm like, I'm quick. She makes fun of me. She's like, yeah. You should look into speed vacuuming. I was like, it might be a sport. I wouldn't call that a sport. I'm like a hobby, but yeah, I'm pretty quick at it. It's like, and it has a little glide. You see everything though. You see the crumbs on the floor to every hair, you name it. You can see it. You can see how when your floors are dirty, that's why like you can tell when they're like, okay, I gotta do the floors. I gotta mop, babe. It's getting bad. She doesn't care. She's just kind of like whatever, you know. I get that OCD. Like, and went crazy back when I wasn't as busy. Old school Tradecaster day. Actually, it was DeckmarTrades.com days when I didn't have to work. I didn't work Fogo till night, and then finally after I quit that and just did audio, I did stuff at home. I did side jobs at home to make extra money. You know, only feet. No, I'm just kidding. You know, audio and editing. I stopped working at the station. I would just try to do stuff, everything I could from home, and then that let me work on my stock trading game even more, right? Because I'm there all day long. I get to back test. I get to journal track, study, and go over and do this charting stuff that I was telling you to do. At the end of the day, I could chart a lot more tickers. But I was home all day long every day. But I didn't have to have one-on-ones, and you get tired anyway. And I'm not going live, obviously. I did the floors. I'm not kidding you. Almost every day at our Dallas house, the Dallas house that we had. I'm not kidding you. I'd say almost every single day I mopped the floors. I would vacuum every day in the afternoon. I would cook. Usually I'd cook because Avery was the one always. She'd cook here and there, but I did way more of the cooking. Now it's I would say 50-50. It depends on, she'll go through streaks where she's cooking more, and then I go through streaks where I'm cooking or she's cooking more. But anyway, but back then, because she was gone, all day long being a regional manager, visiting all the stores across, whatever, she had to go to one store all day or whatever it may be, and then with the traffic, she wouldn't be home until a little bit later. So she's gone all day, and of course on her feet and busy as fuck at the stores. It's not like she ever gets to sit down. Only sitting down she'd ever do is when she's driving from store to store, and some days she'd be at a store all day. So that was the way I was raised too. My dad was home he was morning show host on radio, so he was always home at around 11 a.m. Dinner was always cooked, laundry was always done, dishes were always done, everything was always done before mom got home. So I had that ingrained in my brain, to do that and want that done for her. And I'll never forget that, finally getting to that and being able to. And not that I was making any money really at all, because I wasn't. I was just making small amounts at first. But every day, it'd be like get dinner done, feed the pack, blah, 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 and then vacuum, and then mop. That would be like, all right, and then it'd be like 6 o'clock, we're done. Time to chill, relax, watch our shows, or whatever time it would be. But yeah, every day, almost every day I mopped. Because we moved in here and I finally got busy, right? I'm doing one-on-one, streaming live, whatever, and doing stuff more, which was goals and what I wanted to do. I'll just never forget, it was one time like, man, or she may have said something anyway, but we both realized, like, you remember how you mopped like every day at the Dallas house? I'm like, yeah, I know. I do remember that. I had some clean floors. Oh, good times, good memories. It's crazy how time flies. And even back then, because she lived in an apartment, then I joined her in the apartment. We were there a year and a half. Next house, it was a year and a half. Then the Dallas house that we finally got moved into, it was 3 years. But you would go back and just those times, especially when you're younger, it just seemed like it was so long. Like we've been back here now for almost 6 years. Come end of March, very last day of March, essentially right when COVID was hitting in 2020. So we've been here almost 6 years now, almost 6 years. So almost the whole time we were in Dallas. I forgot how it was. I forgot we were there, 2014 to 2020, 2013, whatever it was. Now we've been here that long. And, it's like we'd look back, we'd get to each house as we moved to those places, the apartment, the one-bedroom apartment. Then we finally got a nice rental place in Lancaster, Texas, and then bought the house and got the cool house that we had right outside East, White Rock Lake area, and nice right in the middle of Dallas. Like truly, our address was Dallas. 3010 Mayhew Drive. You can look it up. 3010 Mayhew Drive, 75228. 1025 Alicia Lane, Lancaster was I can't remember that zip code. I do not remember the one-bedroom apartment, but when we left that place, 1 Great Dane and 4 little dogs. We had Miles, Einstein, Brody, and Neville. Those are the 4 littles with Bella, our Great Dane. 5 dogs in a 1-bedroom apartment. And of course, 4 were little baby lab dogs, but still, it was fun. The good old times. Worked at Rent-A-Center. Delivery driver, right? That was terrible. Gotta do what you gotta do. Pay some bills. Overnight the radio station. Filled in at the radio station during the day for producer job. Worked the board op, as they called it. Called a board operator, board op. Reporter for their main TCU reporter, which was really fucking cool. And that was when TCU was good. Had Trayvon Boykin, he was in the Heisman run. I think he maybe was a Heisman finalist. Gary Patterson. They were great. It was like their last time they were really good in football. So it was really fun to cover that. And then did stuff, Cowboys here and there when Des Bryant, Tony Romo, right, were there. Mavericks, maybe cover like they always had the Mavericks and the Rangers covered. I really couldn't do many of those games, or even the Cowboys for that most part. Anything college I would cover and could go do anytime I wanted to. I could get a media credential, and I had media credentials, and that was a cool thing. I could actually go to any of those games. So if I wanted to, I could go to a game for free. It just wasn't. It was fun, but the fucking media credentials for American Airlines Center, where the Mavericks and the Stars play, you have to be there. Like, you have to be the dude. If you're not the dude, you have to be like the first. Then there's always a line. Like you to get down low. There's like so many seats for the media that are right there, like on the press row or whatever, which are like the dudes. And I'm not that. I'm not gonna get it. And then we're like a couple of times like, go to a shit game. You know, blah 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 blah. They're playing a terrible team. You know, you get there early, and, you know, a couple hours before tip-off. I just never did. It would have been cool to do that and sit real close, but I've done that. I was a ball boy before in basketball. I mean, I've been on the court of games, you know, for a ball boy. So I was like, yeah, it'd be cool, I guess, to sit, but, you know, it'd been better for a cool game, you know, like we were playing a good team, not a shit team. Anyway, I just never did it. Point being, where they had the media for that arena, which is a beautiful arena, but for the media, which I covered a couple of games, I'm talking the nosebleed among nosebleeds. I'll never forget laughing. I sent a picture to Avery, and I'm like, you wait till you see how high this is up. I was like, I'm not even going to sit here. I see open seats. I'm going to go down there and just show my media pass and just see if I can't sit down low. It's like, oh, you should have seen how high up it was. And it wasn't that great. It wasn't like you had all these cool TVs. Now, point being, flip side of that, I did never do a Rangers game ever. They had that. That was like the fan, the radio station that was multiple ESPN. Anyway, there were multiple radio stations that were, or the ticket. The fan was the other one, not owned by ESPN or Cumulus. I should say by Cumulus. Cumulus owned ESPN Dallas, and they had the rights for them in their broadcasting, so they had that in the station. Couple country station, blah, blah, blah. Then the ticket's been there for a really long time. The ticket, actually, if you remember, if you know Skip Bayless, heard the name Skip Bayless worked for the ticket forever ago in Dallas. So a very infamous station. But regardless, long story short, back to Rangers, where the American Airlines Center sucked for media. The Rangers, which I never went to, again, because they had the rights to the ticket, had the rights to them, and they played their games and broadcast them. I was always at the board op. For Rangers games, I had to work the board. That's the other thing too. So, and the post game show, and the fucking what was the post game show? So I could never do Rangers games, which sucked because I always had to work the game itself and the post game show. Anywho, long story short, Cowboys though. Oh, I took Avery to a game there once. The media area. I mean, imagine that. Of course, yeah, it's fucking great seats. A lot of different seat choice. It's really long up top. Like it's really cool. Where it runs to and from, so you can. It seems like it's 30 yards long, 40 yards long, and it's 2 or 3 tiers. It's 2 or 3 tiers. It almost feels like you're at a racetrack. If you've ever been to a racetrack and sit on the inside, and you know how be down the stretch, but then also maybe go around the stretch a little bit. And then it's like, well, of course the racetrack will be like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 rows inside, but it reminds you of that, to where you have multiple rows and each row is a little higher, and you got this like desk to sit at where you can plug shit in, like your computer, your laptop, whatever. Like with each seat has like its own little plugins of all, Apple, whatever, you get my point. And then TVs all over the fucking place, and then the food is like right behind you, and it's just, never forget, first half is different than the second half. So first half, it was mashed potatoes were so good, or mac and cheese. I forgot what it was. Of course, a lot of different food that was really good. And then I think it was something I kept going back for Avery. I'll never get going back because then it was all like we're like full. This is like after halftime. It's in the third quarter. We've already gotten our fright. We've eaten. It's like late in the third quarter. So I'm like, go back and go one more round. I'm like, all right, I'll go back. I was like, maybe I'll find something else. There's a whole different fucking set of food for the third, fourth quarter because we hadn't gone since halftime. It's like, what? It's a whole different buffet. It's like, almost like you're in Vegas, where it was multiple lines you could go through. People were cooking shit for you. This is for a football game. Arkansas Razorbacks versus A&M was like that too as well. Like, you're talking about a college football game. It was so cool. Well, here comes Sopa the Ropa out of nowhere here. A little W shape, a little pop. any last questions you guys have here for me for the day? Giovanni, if you're still around, anyone else out there? Popping back in here for Power Hour After Hours commentary. Power Hour commentary like always. Not a lot going on. We do have SOPA popping up here for small caps. That's going to really be about it besides the BNAI uptrend channel right here. It's going to be slow, in my opinion, for the rest of the week in small caps. I don't think there's going to be anything that pops up. Now, maybe, again, we get something. We didn't get it last week. I doubt we get it this week. Just most likely doubt it. For large caps, if there's something you want me to alert particularly, let me know. Otherwise, I don't really see a lot of good movement. SPY's real choppy again today. Really not making one clear-cut channel. You know, it's been that way a lot of the days, you know, over the last few weeks, especially as we head into the new year here. Just looking at it over to the right here. I doubt that GVH is going to do much for the rest of the day, or RPGL. You never know, but I'd give GVH less chance. But just not a lot of where are we trading, you know, besides reversals. We can find a clear-cut bottom here. Now, we did crack below it once, but 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, really 4 here. Touching it again, touching again. Up top today, didn't get as many fails, but that's all we're really, to me, you know, you're really trading. I guess maybe this downtrend breakback reversal back above the 9, you know, trading some different maybe possible indicators. Just not a lot of levels that have been created. Nice pop here from 250-60 area up to around 320. I do imagine SOPA here fails at 320 into this 345 area. Now that we do have BNAI coming back down to the uptrend channel, we'll see if this 250 can hold. Probably one of the last key support bounce moves for the day here as we head into the last bit of 45 minutes of the at least in-market movement would be this 250-ish area. So if 250 can hold, it's either going to become a great bounce play, moves back up, could be a move into after hours, or this play cracks back on down and becomes even more of a good short. And those are your better movers, you know, just knowing that we have one key area, the pivot point 250, we're going to bounce. If not, we're dropping. And then we have SOPA with that quick pop up here, kind of a little bit of a W shape moving into this 320, 330, 40 resistance area. Large caps, just not a lot of good movement in my opinion. You know, today, really look for this to continue. Hopefully we get a little shift overall into the next earnings season, and we get the move for SPY as well through 700, I think would help. New all-time highs. Let's see if we can't get the pop and rocking and rolling. That would be absolutely phenomenal. Speaking of phenomenal, the BMW key fob. I've always just loved this classic M key fob. You know, just I get to keep this one forever. This one from Elvira, the X3M competition that I had. Just loved that as a kid. I didn't see these as a kid. I didn't see this key fob until probably around 2020 or 2010s, 2000. I don't remember when I first saw. I don't know if the M I drove in 2014 had that. It may have. I just never forget when I first saw the key fob. I like the shape of it and just the buttons and the little BMW symbol in the middle, right? But that M sign on the side of it was like always a dream. And now I've got this one forever. It's funny when because it doesn't work. This actually stopped working. Well, it works. It was one of those ones that went to deact. I forgot what it's called, but what can happen with these? It's funny. And that was like the only warranty I added on Elvira because it was like nothing. Was like a wheels and something protection, and then key fob replacement. Like, all right, you know, whatever, because it was only like an extra $800, $900 add-on. Like, you know what? Hell yeah, I'll add that on. That's not going to make the payment any different because I didn't know how long I was going to have Elvira. And so I was wanting, you know, payments, and I was worried about that because I know I wasn't trying to buy it. Just want to have it for a little bit before I moved on from it. But that was awesome that I got that because, yeah, I think they're like $300 plus or $400 to replace these, but it wasn't the battery because they thought it was a battery. No. So I had to go and set up and I was like, that's so awesome that I got that warranty. And so they placed the order for that or whatever. And when the new one came in, or even before the new one came in, whenever it was, like, I get to keep this one, right? It's not like I have to turn that in and you have to, like, it's like replace, you know, we're like, oh, no, you can have, there's no point to it. It's, you know, we'd have to send it off to blah, 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 and they'd have to feel like there's no point, you know, it's just a waste of money in the end, you know, so, and then I got a new key fob. But yeah, I got the one, and I always wanted this one, the one that's all blacked out that has the silver, like, this is the one I always wanted, and now I have it forever. I have all my key fobs. We're going to have at the next house. I've talked about this a lot. From all the previous cars. Is this final edition? No, this is, yeah. So this is 392, right? Yeah. So this is the first 392. This is Godzilla's key fob. There's Godzilla's key fob. We got my first Jeep Grand Cherokee. I know it's Avery's Dodge Durango. There's Avery's Dodge Durango right there. We got Falcor that I just traded in. My lease, right? There's Falcor. This is the Jeep Grand Cherokee. My first Jeep Grand Cherokee. See if I keep going through in here. First BMW, the X3. The X3. There's Beerus. So there's the 2024. Anyway. And then a 2022 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Or no, 2019. 2019 Jeep Grand Cherokee. 2016 BMW X3. 2013, and it still has like the magnet little Dodge Durango. Got the 2011 Jeep Grand Cherokee. The 2022 Jeep Grand Cherokee. The 2022 Jeep Wrangler 392. And then the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 392. Oh, well, and of course, 2020 BMW X3M competition. What sucks is that yeah, I've got them all. So yeah, so I'll have one for every car. The one I just got, because it was used at the X5M competition, the one I just got, just like Elvira, only came with one key fob. And I'm guessing the original owner that had it kept, because you always get, obviously you get two. I actually got three. So when I got Falcor, or was it? No, it was not Falcor. It was Venom. My first ever brand new vehicle, the 2019 Jeep Grand Cherokee. High altitude, I think, was the version of it. It was just over the limited, not quite a Summit as they used to have. It was like right around the Overland series, but it was anyway. Regardless. Had like 300 miles on it. It was just test drive miles or whatever. But I think it was that one. It may have been Falcor. No, maybe it was Falcor. It was one of those Jeep Grand Cherokee. I had three. They messed up, and I ended up, because I forgot what happened, but I got three key fobs. I was like, I don't think I'll ever run out of three key fobs. So that was always, you're going to keep that. But usually you always get two when you get a vehicle from the dealership, especially when it's new. Not always when they're used, and it's funny. The M competitions I've got only came with one key fob, because I'm guessing the first owner, because it was one-time owner both times, I'm guessing the first owner said, I'm keeping mine. I'm keeping one of these. This is a sweet vehicle. I get it. All right, so we got Soap on the way up here. 345, 350 resistance area. We know past yard history here, and we're going up. This play did just pop up here recently. You can see the 350 mark. We called that out this morning earlier on for a great short opportunity on SOPA. It did work out really good. Your next area up is going to be a move into, we'll go to the 4-hour time frame, see if I can clean that up a little bit. Yep, there's that 350 mark. Watch for a move into 4. 395, 390 into 4. And then over that, there's really not a lot of resistance until right around 450. So really about a 50-cent increment mover on the way up there, and really could be a magnet maybe in after hours or tomorrow in pre-market to that 550 to 630 mark. Just depends on how that mother trucker decides to run here in the rest of power hour into the closing bell. Giovanni, all good? Just listening to the AK stories, the AK podcast today, afternoon. Usually afternoons like that, little podcasty. Talk about this, talk about that. Uptrend channel has cracked there for BNAI. Again, that's going to be a main pivot point, that 250 area. Not much of a bounce there. This play could still spike in after hours here in power hour 2 as well, in my opinion. SOPA has this nice good bull flag on the way up, starting to get this really, really tight look. So it's either going to squeeze up quickly here soon, or it's going to fall back on over. Again, large caps, just not that good of charts out there to say, hey, you need to go look for a trade here. Not a big fan of what I'm seeing in the large cap space. Any questions you guys have? Any last questions you guys have for the day? I'm going to call it for myself. I'll pop back in here right after the closing bell and see if we see anything that's moving that's new. SOPA is going to be the main one in my opinion. All right. I'll put some more jams on here for after hours. Any last questions you guys have? We good? Any last questions before I hop off the mic for the day? Be back again tomorrow morning, same as the day. Small caps most likely going to be slower in pre-market. Just expect that tomorrow from small caps. Slower in pre-market, okay? And then moving into Wednesday, we do have the New Year's resolution, the year-end confessional. So start with, of course, the year-end confessional. You tell me what you need, the sins you need to confess, your stock trading sins, the things you've messed up on this year that you need to fix and work on for the next year. And then the resolution on what to do to move forward about that. That'll be on Wednesday. Giveaways on Wednesday. Have some fun on Wednesday with the New Year's resolution, year-end confessional. Get ready for some big bowl games. The playoffs are upon us. We're getting deep into the playoffs. I'll be on Trade the Pool tomorrow a little bit for as well with you guys. A cool little combo tomorrow with you and with Trade the Pool. All right. See you guys back here tomorrow morning. I'll throw some gems on now. See you guys back in the morning. I'll jump on in the afternoon, or in the afternoon, here in the next hour or two to see if I not jump on, but I'll come back in the office, I should say. Keep you up to date with anything moving in after hours. Hopefully you guys have scanners. You need to be following some sort of scanner service out there that's free on YouTube. You don't need to be paying for scanners really honestly anymore unless you're going to get real technical about how you're going to set them up and you have a specific way to trade them. Otherwise, I'm just saying, hey, for after-hour scanners to see what's popping up, you know, it's as simple as going over to YouTube, and there's multiple places on YouTube that have after-hour scanners to use, and I'm always going over there. Stock Rocks is one of the best ones, and it's free. They have trade idea scanners up every single day. Bangarang, Lost Boys, Lost Girls, see you back in the morning. Have a great, safe, blessed, foodful the rest of your day. SOAP is going to be your main watch for now. BNAI number 2. Then, of course, number 3 will be what pops up in after hours. See you guys back here in the morning. said area. Same here if we would break the downtrend with candlestick confirmation, which is the first candle. Go back and watch my lesson of that. The first candle to close and open outside of said area that you're channeling or put a line in, you'll start going in that direction. Well, this is exactly what you'd see, and of course you can see the short. Now, what do you do for the day? Well, you go to the 1 year, 1 day. And the one thing you're going to notice is going like, wow, there's a lot of red upper shadows and a lot of giving back of gains here. Look at this dump. This lesson, I know people ask about it for a while. Charting, how I chart, how I professional charts, what time frames you should be looking for, what to be looking for when you're breaking down charting, whether it's the day of, you just walked into chat, or you just walked into the chart, you've never seen this chart before. Here's what to do. Small cap plays. Again, let's just go back to HSDT, a play that say you've never really seen before and starts popping up in pre-market. So it's a small cap play popping up in pre-market here. First thing you always want to do is start breaking down the charting itself, knowing that we see a support line right here, support, bounce, bounce, bounce. So we see a channel, a shelf as I call it. We see a downtrend line in, boom, boom, boom. So connect the dots here, right? So I'd have a line in right here. In with the bodies of the candles. Why? Because I teach candlestick confirmation. I'm not worried about the wicks. Why? Because if we close and open outside of said support area, we will then continue down in that said area. Same here if we would break the downtrend with candlestick confirmation, which is the first candle. Go back and watch my lesson of that. The first candle to close and open outside of said area that you're channeling or put a line in, you'll start going in that direction. Well, this is exactly what you'd see, and of course you can see the short. Now, what do you do for the day? Well, you go to the 1 year, 1 day. And the one thing you're going to notice is going like, wow, there's a lot of red upper shadows and a lot of giving back of gains here. Look at this dump after a gap up, dump upper shadow. This didn't even gap up, ran all the way in, came all the way back down. Look at that gross ugly. So what's it mean? It means it's probably most likely going to give back its gains, right? Every single time it does that, you've seen it in the past, it's probably going to do that again. And so that's the first thing you notice. And the second thing you want to do is go, where's the chart at? Go, I bet it's going to have probably some 430 resistance right there. Old supports, new resistance. If we pop up anymore, here's a great area of what will support to be resistance. Boom, boom, boom. All the way back up into that bounce right there. And so I'm like, it probably won't get any higher than that. And you can just see what it's done recently. There's nothing else to really use in charting until you run into that area of maybe 435. And so then you go back of the day of. You start charting it and go, oh, wow. Look where that ran into. Right on the dot. See how that makes sense right there? Now let's go to large cap plays and go to a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Why? Because you're going to start using channels of where these plays should bounce into and go from, right? You have the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute in there. The 15 minute is also an interval of what? The 30 minute, the hourly, the 4 hour. And so you're getting the best, in my opinion, of all the good charts. And so one thing you're always looking for, major reversal. So a crack of this area where we came down, bounced, and came up, which also then leads to a bounce and also old resistance from the day before on Thursday. That lets me know, as you can see here, old resistance becomes new support, my sandwich area as I call them, and we're bouncing on it pretty much yet again. When we crack that, it's probably going to lead to another good short. Where down to? Well, the next good reversal area, which is right there at around 518.50, which is a former high of day here, and then a great bounce and reversal there, right? That's how I'm using charting day in, day out. Let's go to another play where we can find maybe some more touches overall on how I'm using the charting. Like right here's another great example, right? Where we can see major touches along the way for where to trade Apple. Say if it cracks here, it's probably going down to here where it bounced and bounced there, 180.50 or 181.50. If it cracks that, it's probably going down here of 180.50. And then if we crack that, we're going all the way down to here. Now say we break over 187. Well, that's where I like to use it, if you've noticed in my charting, the 4 hour. Because then I can really see, okay, over 187, where's the next true? Oh, wow, probably right there at 188. One support. Now probably will be resistance. Where's your next area you have a lot of touching? Well, you could say maybe right here of 189, but I just go ahead over and go to 190. Reversal there, some through here, definitely through here. As you can see, a bounce, and then we failed at it and could never stay over it, and we've come down since. That's what you're looking for. Go over to AMD, or actually a good one here would be Tesla. A good one would be Tesla right here, right? So Tesla, we go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame, and we can see wow, if we crack this support, which also, again, lines up with this day right here where we're at, right? And then once it was resistance, now with support, what's that mean? We're going down to the next key area. So that's where you could just zoom in over here and go, okay, if we crack this 167 mark, where are we going? Well, the next key area I see where we bounced and went up and was also resistance the day before, right there at 162.85. That's where I gave 163 if you watch the weekly preview. Well, where's the next area? Oh, just a double bottom bounce right here, almost triple bottom. Excuse me, bounced here, bounced there, and then bounced there. And that's why you have to call it an area, so right around 158 area would be next. Well, imagine if you crack 158. What's next in charting to hold you up? Ooh, not a lot, and that's really, I love those plays where you get under 158, there, unless someone has after hours turned on when earnings came out, this could come all the way back to where we came from in earnings in the high of day on that Tuesday, right? And so that's how you're using charting over and over and over. Right here, when you're going up, and then you see old bounce play right here, right at 176 on this Thursday, and then you see fail about a week later on the same exact price, right? Those sandwich areas are key. That's why I love to identify those, right? And so always notice what I'm looking for. Key reversal areas and key bounce plays, where we're going to and where we're going from. And so that's why you can go back through and probably watch my weekly preview and you're noticing maybe where those areas are coming from. I'm breaking down charting every single time in those and what I'm looking for, right? And the main things are just reversal areas. So let's just throw another one in like SMCI. And all of a sudden when I see an old resistance area on that day on Friday, then becomes a bounce on Monday, pretty much a bounce this Wednesday, go a little bit lower, and it's probably kind of the same area on Thursday and Friday, I know if and when I get under 793, as much support as we've had, we're probably going to fly through 790. The only thing I see is this open is to 787 and once resistance there. But if we crack that, then where are we going to? Well, then the next area down, and then you can just look at this charting right through here and zoom in on it, right? And no under 80-ish, in my opinion, which would be next. Then you're down to this area of 773. Old resistance where we fell and came down. We also bounced on it later on, 773, 774. You know? That's what you're looking for. Oh, wow, you have a bounce right here at 701, 700, and the next day, right? And so you can tell that's where those plays are going to be coming in at time and time again. You know, the more touches that you have in an area, the better. That's why I love this breakout too as well. We can see fail. Well, if and when we get over 835, we're racing to 840. And if and when we get over this 840 mark, where are we going to? Well, I just go back here in the chart over here and try to find the next true area that was once support and resistance. Oh, wow. Where would be the next area that we went up from and then bounced out the next day? 830. Does that make a lot of sense? So if I keep going back in time here, right at 830, and now where are we at? Where do we keep kind of failing at? That same mark. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it now, right? And so let's go from there up. Where do we see the next area? Oh, wow. Old resistance becomes support, and then we broke out more from it there. 840. Okay, over 840. Where's the next key area? Fell at 860. Break out over it when we got over it, right? We failed at it once, twice on this day, broke out really nicely from it the next day and went to 900. That's a $40 pop. And then the following couple of days later, with its earnings, we finally cracked that 860 mark. Yes, earnings was crazy. We get it. But under 860, look what we do. We collapse and we can't get back over it. Now, I know these are misprints, I'm pretty sure, but then where do they lead right up to? So if any trader's seeing that, well, where's the next resistance over 840? Well, I think we found it. It's at 860 right here, right at 860. And so that's what I'm looking for over and over and over. Like, you know, if you find, say if we crack 700 here, where's the next area that we reversed from and came up? 670. So 670 would be your target. Any day that we crack 700, I promise you we'd hit 670, right? And so that's kind of what you're looking for day in, day out for these plays as magnets. You know, let's just go back to, was it HG, if I'm not mistaken? HGTX was one that ran. HTGX. I can't remember which play that was earlier this week. Let me look at it real quickly while I still have it. You guys right here. Will take me 2 seconds. Hold on. Where are we at? SGBX was Friday. Oh, I forgot what play it was, but I just went over it. Well, we can just find another play that has run, and you're looking at small caps. Oh, I forgot what it was on Friday, but I'm just trying to show you even in small caps. Amara, here's a great example because it's kind of a smaller cap play that you're doing the same stuff. It doesn't matter if you're $3, $5, $100, right? You get in a channel, you can use this stuff. So under 17, where's the next support area? Well, I'd probably come right down here and find an area where we failed at, right through here. See where we bounced? See how we bounced and then we flushed? And then we came up to it and failed at it right through here. Then we bounced on it in that pre-market. So I'd be saying $16.75, $17 is exactly where we're, well, we're right at 17. Oh, wow, that makes a lot of sense, right? So I kind of see those areas. Well, if we crack that, where's the next good reversal area? I mean, this, in my opinion, then could find its way down to 16.25, maybe 16 here where we bounce and then bounce. Of course, when we cracked, we really went down, right? And so that's what you're looking for. Bounce, bounce. Okay, 16. Okay, I see an area right here of around 1565, but then I see an area right around 16. Oh, wow. Or 15, right? So then you know 1550 area, 1560 area is going to be strong support. So that's what you're looking at day in, day out, or even if you're just trading the day of. And let's just do this. We'll just go back kind of the day of and what I'm looking at in charting for some of these plays. It's the same thing. You know, look at this beautiful channel here. I don't know what happens next, but look at that channel. If we break that downtrend, we're going up through 20 to 2070, and then we're flying. Or if we crack through 20, we're going down. Oh, and look what happened. We crack through 20 here finally. We go on down, come back up, kind of test that area a little bit and come down a little bit more. And so that's what I'm looking for day in, day out, right? We never really fully broke that downtrend. Where a bounce plays at pretty much occur in the same place over and over and over. Although Mara here is not running really technically sound as I would really like it to run, because I really want old resistance to become new support. You know, on a day in, day out basis. I probably should have pulled up some more charts beforehand of what really runs really naturally sound, you know. CPOP was one. Here you go. This is just another small cap play, but we could go back a little bit in time and see this one from a couple of days and just really see exactly where we're bouncing at, right? And why we're bouncing there. Old resistance in after hours. Old resistance or essentially in pre-market becomes what? A nice good support shelf that gets built up for now 2 days in. So if I see this and I go bounce at 280, bounce at 280, bouncing at 280. So when I come in on Monday now, I'm going to be looking at CPOP for two things. Either a crack of this 280 area, and if we crack 280, unless charters have pre-market on, which I will make sure and use it if they do, I know I'm good down to this 250 to around this 235-ish area, right? That's where I'd be taking profit, somewhere in there. The old resistance that became a decent amount of support in after hours and pre-market that we then went to. The other thing I'd be looking at is called a mid-candle breakout setup, where we go up on the first day. Although this is a red candle, you typically want a green candle followed by a red candle. So this also could then what? Pop up on Monday. So all we have to do is re-break what? Fail area, failed right at it, right? I would then go to the highest part of it and say, hey, anything over 325, where then I can also go back in time at 325 and see fail, right? And then support bounce at it. Over that, I'm good up to 340. Over 340, my next run up would be somewhere around the 380 area. And over 380, anything over 4 takes some profit from 4 to 430. And where you're going to find that at? Over 430, you go to the 1 year, 1 day, and you've got to go back in time and then try to find old reversal resistance areas. Where this one, you see a lot at 5, right? You see a lot at 5. Over that, I see a small sandwich area right here at 560. Over that, then we're working our way up to the 650 area where I see some resistance and fail there, and also an open of a day here where we just completely collapse. So that's what I'm looking for in charting day in, day out for the small caps. For the large caps, we'll just go to a random one again like ARM. You got to start out in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Find the channel you're in, which is a lot easier sometimes, like a play like AMD, and you can see where a lot of the touch is at. Fail. So I know 156.50 to about 157.50 is going to be prime resistance. But if I get over that area right through there, then I'm just going back in time and trying to find what's next. Old resistance equals new support, right? So old resistance, new support, 158.50. And then again, bounces on it the next day. So I know 158.50 to 159, take profit. Over that, we're going to the top part of that channel, 160, 161. Over that, we're going up to around 162.50, right? Let's go to the bottom side. Where am I going if I crack a bounce and then also a bounce and also was pretty much the high of day right here? So anything under 151, we'll call it, watch for a move, and then what? You're going back in time to find the next area of charting you could go to, which would be back through here. So you would just kind of zoom in through here and go, okay, under 151, under this high of day right here, which maybe could see a little support and bounce at 150.70, we're going to 150. Under 150, the next area that I really see is somewhere right around 148. a bounce at it, and then reversal and fail at it, right? And then some consolidation just below it at 147.50. So anywhere from 140, I would say 148.75 down to 147.50, you could see a bounce. You know, you're going to find the most clear-cut areas, which this would be a great one, 141, 141, right? Or 142, 142, however you want to look at it. Those are the more clear-cut plays, right? Reversal areas is what you're looking for. It bounced here, and now it's coming up and reversing and failing at it, right? Or it failed here, failed here, failed here. Bounce here, bounce here, bounce here. You know, you're looking for major reversals. Or bounced here, went through that area and flew up big time, came back down and bounced on it again. And then when we cracked it, boy, we cracked it really hard and went down for a little bit. You know, you're looking for those major reversal areas. A lot of bounces, a lot of touches, a lot of resistance, a lot of support. Hopefully that helps you out. I'll find some of my favorite charts in the next one of these in part 2, because that's just kind of how to identify what to be looking for day in, day out, what I'm looking for. And round 2, what I'll do is I'll do one of these in the morning. So it's kind of a fresh, like, hey, it's in pre-market. How do I break my plays down? And then in the third and final version of this, I'll find my 5 to 10 different plays. They'll be different from different days, but they will establish what I'm looking for every morning and what you need to be establishing. Profitability zone. Obviously, all this comes from A+ setups for profitability zone. Like I said, how far away is my stop loss and target? Do I have room to move here on this play? Where's the reversal at? Where's the bounce play at? You know, is there a lot of touching, a lot of upper shadows, a lot of wicks? So essentially, like I do every single day, I'm not stuck on AMD or ARM or Meta or Google or whatever. Every day, I'm waiting for the setup to tell me, this is in the prime setup, this is going to move, we're going to have some fun, and you're going to get a good play. SMCI was my play on Friday that I told everyone and why. And here I'll give you a quick little snippet. Overall on this channel, and what do we do overall on that big channel? As you can see, I'm going to zoom in. We come down and get real flat in after hours. And then in pre-market, we do the exact same thing. And you'll notice the tighter these channels are in pre-market are better. You don't like a lot of movement because it gets indecisive and you don't know if we're going to go up or going to go down. Typically, though, if we go up in pre-market a lot, we'll go down. If we go down in pre-market, we'll go up. You'll notice that a lot. A lot of the time, though, when you have these real tight movement plays, I had SMCI squeezing for the long side or a good short. And I thought under the short, we could find our way back down here to 800, which we eventually did. So essentially a $10 play down, or over that 813, 815 area. And I said over 815 is the play for your move up to 825 and maybe even 830. So essentially anywhere up to this 820 mark to maybe even 830. And we got it. And so every day I'm identifying what setup is the best at the opening bell, determine on what we've been doing over the past few days, and then also what that setup is that morning. And that one will be in the third and final one. The next one will be me coming in on a pre-market. Kind of want to do those morning alerts to you guys and giving you a rundown on how I'm finding that charting right there that day and what you should be doing. And the third and final one, I will then solidify 3, 4, 5, 7 tickers and be like, hey, here's what you need to be looking for. Small cap, right here. This is it. Large cap, hey, this is it. Until next time, that's round 1 on how I and you should be breaking down charting. go back down. And so watch for that a lot of the time in pre-market. All right. And so secondly, when I'm looking at this is pre-market. It's really tight like it is now. I'm like, man, guys, if we get over Friday's high of day, this 530, 530, 20 area, we're probably going to have a nice good move up. And so then I'm trying to zoom in here and find the next key reversal areas over that. And so the next one up, in my opinion, is right around right here. 530.50. Makes sense. And what do you got to remember too in QQQ and the SPY and Apple and AMD and Google? Let's see here. What are some other ones? Tesla some days, but those are your main ones, especially QQQ, SPY, Apple, Google, AMD. Some days AMD moves a little bigger. Group, stop. So what you see a lot, they move in 25, they'll respect the 25 and 50 cent increments the most. Yes, every once in a while you'll get these $1 plus moves, but generally it's 25 and 50 cents is where you're going to see these land on. So essentially, right, whole round numbers. So as you can see here, 534. The high of day right there, 531.50 area, right? Same thing right there, 531.50 area. The low of day right there came to around 24.75, you know? So you're going to see what was the low of day right there? That was probably right around it was 30, but still close to the 25 mark, what was the exact low? The low says there was 27.32, right? So they're going to run really close to that 25 cent increment, 25, 50, 75, $1. They'll respect those areas a lot. And so the other thing I'm looking for too, real quick before I start giving levels up, besides the fact of, hey, don't forget that it's 25 cent, 50 cent, 75 cents, we're going to expect those areas a whole round number with these large cap plays, especially Apple, AMD, SPY, SMCI, or not, I should say SPY, QQQ, is how much have you moved for me? When you go back through the last 15 days, do you see a lot of days over $2, $3? And that's the thing, you can go through and go, okay, low here, 29, high, right around 31.50, okay, $2.50, low, 29-ish or so, high, 31, okay, $2.50, low, 21.30, high, not even, okay, so $2, right? So a lot of $2.50 days, and then you'll get some, okay, 27.75 up to, okay, maybe about a $3, maybe you'll get so most days are $2-ish, $3 days. You'll have every once in a while bigger days where you might go, $5. Maybe you'll have that one day where you go more than that. But generally speaking, you're going to have 85% of the days on the SPY, as you can see here, and I can go back even further, and we'll go to the 1 year, 1 day to make it more apparent. Look at the range. So the range right here, it's the R word, R, or the R letter, R, 330. There's your $8 day, 370, 240, 240, 220, 3. There's your $5 day, 330, 290, 3, 350, 260, 2, 330, 4. Couple bigger ranging days. You're probably back with earnings, right? So obviously, but let's just go back to when there's not a lot of earnings. Look, when there's not a lot of earnings right through here. Some earn, but to get my point, most days, range, 350, 350, 5, there's your 585, back to 330, 40, 350, 290. There's 4, right? But then there's a big 6, 240, 220, 380, a 290, 260, right? So a lot of, you got to imagine most days, yeah, you're 1 in maybe 5 days, maybe every once in a while, but most days you can see there. So right out of the gate, okay, if I'm moving most days $2 to $3, maybe, a little bit more than 3, that needs to be your norm. Like when I give my alerts, that's going to be my normal high or normal low of day. I'm going to move about $2 to $3, maybe a little bit more than 3 at times. For my ultimate high, that's why you'll see me give maybe more than $4, maybe $5, maybe $6 some days, because here and there we could do that. But only when that chart says that. So whether you're going through AMD, right, and you go through an Apple or whatever they might be, go through and go, okay, how much do you move each day? Is it a $1.52 mover? Is it a 10, 15, 20, 30, for whatever $50 mover? Is it a $2, $3, $4 move, whatever mover? Notice how much you move each day. That's where I'm giving those levels. So if I'm noticing, like here with Meta, you're moving, like I already know, you move most days $5 to $7. It's $5 to $7 on a normal day. Your bigger days are close to 10. Well, then I know when I give my normal high or normal low of day, or like you guys, you need to go through. Essentially what I'm saying is, if you're going through the SPY and you know it's a $2 to $3 mover, you need to go up $2 to $3 and mark out levels. You need to go down $2 to $3 and mark out levels. If you want to go a little bit more than that, just for the safe side, you can. It's going to be a minute to those plays move more than that majority of the time. Maybe you'll have that one day where Meta, it's a normal, like which I think we had on Friday. Meta typically is a, $5 to $7 mover, but out of the opening gate, we go straight up more than that. And so your normal high of day is maybe, say, we'll just call it 474. Well, when this starts flying on up, maybe you go, okay, man, we may be at 474 before the end of the day now. That could be a done deal. That's when then you'll have the time to go through, and then you can go mark out other levels. But if you want to do it, go on through. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're a $5 to $7 mover, what you're going to do in pre-market right here on, moving forward, is you're going to go up $5 to $7. And like I'd say on Monday, or I should say on Monday, I keep saying that. On Tuesday, yesterday, go back to my morning alerts. That's why 82.50 was my normal high of day. We would not get higher than that. You do the math, okay, it's about a $5 to $7 mover. That's about right. That's $5 on the dot, right? That's why I put it there. I didn't think we'd get any higher than that. That's why I'm kind of, then of course low of day, right? You get my point. I'm going, okay, let me go down about $5 to $7 on what makes sense. Okay, then above that, then I'll go back in charting. And now here's the key. Let's quickly lead into part B real quickly before I start breaking down levels. Part B, when you get above 82.50 and you're past the last 2 weeks trend, because again, 15-day, 15-minute time frame, that 15-day trend, the last 15 days, 2 weeks, that's enough of a study to find out what's this average. Is it a $3 mover? Like I said, is it a $2 mover? Is it a $5 mover? Is it a $7 mover? And by the way, the metas, real quickly before I get to part 2, metas, SMCI, NVDA, NFLXs of the world, those run in $1.50 to $2.50 increment. So let's just say over 82.50, this probably runs most likely to 83.50, then to 85, then to 86.50, 87.50, 88.75, then to 90. When they really get moving, it really becomes $2. So you'll see 490, 492.50, 495. And just case in point, let's go back to QQQ. Look what its high was right there. How I said these respect 25, 50 cent increments. 61.50. 534, right? This isn't just magic out of it's a little over, so Joe, but essentially 173, right? That's what you're looking for in these moves. Oh, so close to 193. We'll essentially call that 192.75 though. But again, that's what these plays are going to move. 25, 50 cents. These bigger movers are going to move 150 usually minimum, at least $1, if not 150 to 250 at a time. And so again, 490, 492.50, 495, 497.50, 498.75, 500. And then 502.50, 503.50 maybe possibly, then 505, 507.50, 508.75, 510, right? And so over this 482.50 mark, what I love to do, getting into part 2 of this lesson, is you're going into the 4-hour time frame. What do you do if you go up? Okay, man, we're at, or we get finally above 531.50 and we're at all-time highs. What do we do? Well, over 531.50, you're going to go, okay, cool. Probably going to go to 532.50. 535, and if we really explode, probably just going straight to 532.50, 535, 537.50, 538.75, then to 540, 542.50, maybe even 531, but it's either 150 or the 250. It's going to be the 150 or the 250. It might hit a whole round number and stop. Out of nowhere, 457 it hits or something like that. But when these move, it's more than 25 or 50 cents. They're moving a minimum of $1, if not $1.50, if not $2.50 when they move and through their areas. And so over 482.50, what I'd be looking for here, over 482.50, you're trying to find the last area, and you can see, wow, right through that area is going to be strong. Look how many lower shadows and so much support we have through there. So over that mark, the next true area up where I see a lower shadow matches with some more lower shadows is what? 84.50 area up to about 85 where you see some more there. So that's your next area up. Over that, you're probably moving to 88.75. I can see some resistance, right? And then you can come back through there and then that bounce right there. So essentially 87.50 to 88.75, yo ass better be taking some profit. Over that to 90. Over 90. 91.50, 92.50 area, right? There's nothing that's super pronounced ever all the time. You might find an area like this right here at 503, and that's a round number, and it's not one of the 50 cent marks. It's just a round number. But I can see a lot of, but it's not perfect. There's some areas that go through 503s, and so that's why you'll be damned if you're lucky to find something like this at this 531.50 mark, where it's like over and over and over, you're hitting it like almost right on the dot. And those are the ones you're looking at and loving the most when you find an area that you continue to touch over and over and over. Let's just go back to the SPY, and I love this right here to go back through. Now let's just go through charting. Now you know what kind of levels I'm looking for, what time frames I'm looking for, how to understand how much you move for me lately type stuff for your $3 mover, $5 mover, what increments they move in. Find areas like this in the SPY. See, you can barely see it now, but look at this. See this lower shadow where we went to what? We went a bounce, lower shadow went to all-time highs. Bounced, same almost exact price, lower shadow. Look what we do here. Group stop. Back up to all-time highs. Let's keep fast forwarding. Fast forward. And I got to zoom out just a little bit here. Bounce again. Same almost exact area, that 27, 50, 70, 80 mark, just below 420 or 528 is my point. And then went to new all-time highs. Then look when we crack it the following day, so the movement we get from it is the other key thing. Yes, find a lot of key touches in the same area, so 3 here, but look what we did from it, all-time high, all-time high, all-time high. Crack that area and dump a Ruski, baby. You kidding? That's what you're looking for. Not only the touches over and over and over, but what do you do when you move back through those touches? So you know what at this point it's support, but what do you do when you crack back through it? And if it's that good of a crack, then look at the next day. Let's just fast forward. Watch this. Failing at it, up into it, failing to cannot get over it. Finally, look at the move through it. Look at the move through it on Friday. Look, and then look, you've got to be kidding me. You're going to come back, and now we didn't quite bounce quite on it. We got close, but you knew that's where traders had. So many traders, I guarantee you, had orders from 27, probably 35-ish, up to around 28 that didn't get filled. Now that's what? Major support again. If we come back down and bounce on this again, right? Of course, I'm doing this right now as you can see here, I'm doing this on Memorial Day, by the way. Doing this on Memorial Day, as you can see here. But if we bounce on this on Tuesday, which I don't know that we have yet. Of course, I released this is Wednesday. But if we bounce right there, that's major support. Anywhere through this area and we bounce there again on Tuesday. We bounce there on Tuesday. Or if we crack through it, then imagine how we crack through that area. So I'm always paying attention to that. You know, kind of like back to this area, and we'll go through it back here. When we finally went through this all-time high area. We're getting close to all-time highs because go back to the 4 hour. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting really close to it. And I'll show you what I was talking about right here. And so let's go back to this area where we're failing, kind of like I was just showing you a second ago on Meta from a couple months, whenever that was, we're filling at 530. Look at this beautiful fill. Now we're not quite, but see, this isn't a perfect, that's almost like a head and shoulders. There's a shoulder, that's kind of the head, that could be a shoulder formed a downtrend. This is more of a flat top, beautiful resistance. So let's just go back to it. And my point would be, okay, like say again, part 2 of this, we're right here in charting. So yeah, you would break this down in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame to start off with, using your levels right through here, And then what you would use, if you need to get above it, because you have levels already. You don't need to go back here and try to find levels. You would just stick in this in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. You don't need to go back and try to use this as well. This is what traders are going to be using. They use the last few days. That's all traders use. That's why I talk about the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Because that's all traders are using. A lot of people are humans are lazy. Time for whatever their attention span, they keep doing this study and it keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. We're well below 10 seconds now as human race. It's nuts. That's terrible. A 10-second attention span, no wonder people can't do this for a living. You have to have an attention span of 10 plus minutes easy of just being able to hone in and sit and chill like a stock sniper. The point being, traders are going to be lazy. They don't want to go back and try to find all that and identify it. So that's why I say stay in that 15-day, 15-minute time frame. And so you could have just gone back here. And when you were in this channel, all you need is this. That's all you need. So that morning in pre-market, I'm just using this and that and this level, then coming down to this level. And that's how I'm going to end this lesson back on part 1. Then down to here, right, finding your key reversal areas. Anyway, where to find above it? Like, dang, AK, okay, well, back here. Dang, AK, well, where do we go if we get above 5? That's then where do you go to the 4 hour? Again, that's where you go to the 4 hour. Then you break down just this right here and go, okay, cool. If I get above 22, 50, 60, 70, I bet I fly to 23.75. I bet I fly to 23.75, And over that, I bet I go over 525 to 525.70. And let's just go and see exactly how we did that. Right here. Watch this. Right on up to my 23.75. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Woo! Baby, I love it. Making my eyes twitch. Right to 23.75. Build another beautiful ascending triangle right there. Squeeze from it. And where do we go the next day? Well, through my 25 mark, and we're off to all-time highs, my friends and family. So you see how that worked out? Gorgeous. Where to find that kind of triple top? Beautiful ascending triangle. Where to go next? Just went back to the 4-hour time frame here. Zoomed out. Found where my resistance area was going to be. And I can see here's resistance was right here. And if I look at my crosshairs and just go over from that, and I go, okay, well, the next area up is going to be right here. Right here, 23.75. Watch it. Watch it. And then right to it. Right to it on the dot, which is just absolutely gorgeous. I love that. As you can see here, right there before the end of the day. That's how I'm finding it. Let's just go back and just go ahead and chart it. Now, overall, where would I find key levels? You know, what am I looking for? Let's just go, I'm already doing my weekly preview, but let's just go back in time. And we'll just go back here and what I'm looking for. And I'll break down a few different tickers. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. It's in pre-market. And I'm going, okay, over 21.50. Watch for move up to this 21.75 mark. Then over that to 22. And that means you need to be taking profit into these areas if I'm saying that, right? Because we could fail at any one of these. We never know when the top's going to be. Over 22, watch for move up to around 22.35 and over 22.35 to 22.75. And then over that, 23.75. Now back under, I would say 20.90-ish area. Watch for a move down to 20.50, 20.45 area, right? Underneath that to 20.30. Now under 20.30, it looks like we will easily hit 20. And under 20, watch for a move back down to what was Monday and Friday's low of day area of right around 20 or 1970. Under 1970, which I do see a little bit of a sandwich there on that Thursday, watch for then a move down to 19, maybe possibly down to the 1875 rule. Below that, we're definitely going to be hitting 1840-50 area. You can see a little bit of a sandwich here as well. Under 1850-40 area, watch for a move down, possibly most likely through 1820, but I'll give that a little bit of clarity. And then for a move down through 18, in my opinion, we'll probably hit this 1775 mark. Under 1775 mark, watch for a move down to around 1750. We'll include that all in one area. It's going to get a little bumpy through there. Underneath that, though, we should hit 17. Under 17, watch for a move down to 1650, 60 area. Underneath that, watch for a move down to around 16-ish, right? And so I'm just moving through these areas and continuing to go back. Under that 16 mark, watch for a move down to that little juncture right around 1570, 65 area. Then for a move down to around 1525. Underneath that down to 15, right? So I'm just continuing to do that, right? Over and over and over and over and over. And then so even again, I know you can go watch my weekly preview about this week, but I want to go give ones from, like I say, that you, of course, you can kind of go get a gesture of what I'm looking at. Let's just say it was right here in pre-market. And we'll go down instead of up. So down right now, I'd say back under 86. Watch for a move down to 85.80 and then down to 85.50. Under 85.50 down to 85. Under 85, watch for a move down to this 84.75 mark. Under 84.75, watch for a move down to this 84.25 mark. Under 84.25 through 85, or 84 in my opinion, down to 83.75. Under 83.75, watch for a move down to 83.25. Now we're kind of doing that over and over there, huh? Underneath that, down to 83. Under 83, watch for a move down to, this starts to get a little bumpy here. Watch for a move down possibly to 82.75 and then maybe 82.50. Below that there to 82.25. Below 82.25 to 82, and then down to this mark right here of 81.80. 75 area, and then of course right here as we can see 81.50. I don't know what we did that day as far as pullback. Of course, we never did. We just kept going up. So I'm trying to find one where we went down. Let's just do this area right here. So let's just do this area. So just say I would go under 90.30. I'd love this too, by the way, if and when we cracked it. The reason being we haven't really fully been below that all week except for on Monday. And when we were Monday, we just shot straight through that area. And so really underneath that 90, I'd say, underneath that 90, we'll call it 90.25 mark, only thing I'd worry about really would be 90, being a whole round number, but I bet we'd find the bottoms from a lot of the support from the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday below. So I'd bet, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'd bet 89.75 to 89.50 gets hit first. Then we're down to 89, we'll call it 89, 15, 20 area. Under that down to then 89. Under 89, we could really fall then down to this 88.50 mark, get a good 50 cent pullback, possibly a little bit below even 88.50. Below that, then you're down another 50 cents to 88, even possibly down to 87.85. Let's see how far we go that day. I can't remember. Woo! We go even lower. So this finally gets respected right there at that 87.50 mark. And there's a good short, like I talked about, underneath 90.30. I know we dumped, but again, underneath that mark, we just continued to free for all. Down through this support area, which would have been the first area I'd have been looking to possibly take profit anywhere close to 89. And really, we didn't start kind of rounding out and down until around the 88.50 mark. And you can see how I say these areas love to respect the fit every 25 cents or, 25, 50, 70, whatever. Because then look where we fell at, right at almost the 75 cent mark. And then again, when you crack that right there, beautiful, beautiful crack. So where's your next area down? You're at least going to fall to where? 88, if not below it, to 87.85, which would be another profit-taking zone. Then below that, if you look, you really will fall down to 87.50 and possibly even 87. Did we go to that mark? And we do. And we finally reverse a little below 87, right around 86.50-ish or so. Right here, off of this area. Which would be the next area below 87, would be right there of 86.50. Below that, possibly 86.25.30 area, and then below that down to around 86. So hopefully that's all making sense and kind of what to be looking for, these reversal areas. Doing the same thing day in, day out. No matter, first I'm coming in and noticing whether it's an Apple, AMD, QQQ, SPY. They're moving $2, $3, $4, $5 a day. So I'm gonna let 2 to 3 on the minimum, 4 or 5 usually on the bigger side. No, Apple usually not. AMD sometimes. Tesla's kind of right there in that same boat. Tesla and AMD are on the higher side. AMD's and SPY as well in QQQ. Apple's definitely in Google, and Google's the other one. Apple and Google can be one that doesn't move more so than maybe $2, $3, maybe one in a day. And so they're little smaller movers, but they respect and love that. As you can go through most of these days, you may have one bigger day, then there's a bigger day, then not big days for a while, and then finally a bigger day here. So, and we're talking maybe $4 or $5 at most on the bigger day. So, most days are going to be $1 to $2. Well, if that's the case, go up $1 to $2 in levels. Go up $1 to $2, maybe 3 at most. Same thing on the downside. So now you have your support and resistance on, on the top and the bottom, 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Like right now with Google, if I came in tomorrow, or obviously it's like before I did the morning alerts on Tuesday, I don't need any lower than Thursday. There's no way we're getting lower than Thursday's low. I know that. There's just no way we'll get lower than that move on Tuesday. And so I'd say under 76.25, watch for move to 76. Underneath that, watch for move to about right here of around 76 or 75.20 or 75.75. And underneath that, you should get a move down to 75.25. Under 75.25, actually that'll be my normal low of day. Under 75.25, watch for move down to 75-ish. And under 75 to last Thursday's low of day of 74.60 area for your normal low of day. Your ultimate low of day would crack back below that and have one of your bigger days, and would crack back below the support right under 75 of around 74.75 to 74.60-ish area, and then move down to 74. I don't think we'd get much lower than 74, maybe in the high 73s, maybe down to the 70 mark, right through there. I don't think we'd quite get down, and I'll zoom in to show you what I'm seeing, quite get down to this little area right there of 71.50, but that would be, then that would be the next area up. And so on the way up, I would just kind of really focus on the last few days here and go, okay, cool. If we get over the 76.50 mark, watch for move to 76.80-ish or so, last Wednesday's high, a low of day. Over that, watch for move to Friday's high of day, which was 77.25 area. That's also lining up with last Tuesday's low of day, right around that area, 77.25, and also Monday's low of day as well. Over that, watch for move back to the Friday before last, the 17th high of day of 77.50. And over that, watch for move up to almost 78. We'll probably have maybe a little resistance right here. Maybe that Monday's reversal area of 77, 75, 80 area. Then we're to 78. It's over 78 that we get our first decent sized pop up to 78.35. Over 78.35, or we'll again get a decent sized pop. Then watch for, to me, another decent sized pop over 78.35 to around here, around 78. 90, 78, 75, 78, 85, somewhere in that area. Then another good, decent 30, 40, 50 cent pop over that for a move to 179.35. Over that, then watch for a move up to, you got it, right around last Thursday, and then Monday's high of day, right around really close to 170 or 180, I should say. And so that's really what I'm looking for. Finding a lot of touches, finding where resistance fell a lot. Does that match up with anything in the past? Is it in a 15, 25 cent area? If so, know that. Understand that if you're in that play and say you're going long up to 177, take profit from 177 up to 177.25, knowing that area could be a reversal, right? It's not always going to be on the dot. Where you see, like, say, a fill right here at 179.90, and then another one almost right on the dot, and then you know, okay, cool, that's the area, 180, take profit. You know, sometimes it's going to be a 15, 20 cent area, not more of a refined 5, 10 cent area. So take that with a grain of salt too when you're trading plays like NVDA, plays that move 250, 150, $5, maybe even a spike. That is, you know, say you have a target, we'll just say of 1100 like I do. If I see 1190 or 1097, 1098, I'm taking profit. I don't need 1100 on the dot. That is close enough in range for me. So hopefully that settles everything, what to be looking for in large caps. Now I'll go over some small cap plays, and it's the same thing day in, day out. And again, you have a play pop up in pre-market, and it's gapping up out of nowhere. The one thing you are going to do is the 1 year, 1 day. Don't worry about the 4 hour. There's no big boys usually trading these plays. And just go back to past chart history here and see if there's anything after a play spikes up or pops up and gaps up. Is there any charting above it? You know, like go back to Lucy here, and I know this one will. Lucy here, like say if which we, you know, on Monday or on Tuesday here when I give this from the morning alerts, I'm going to say, hey, I've got to go look back in time here and go, cool, wow, over this $1 area, we have some chart to fill. And so I'll go back to see if there's anything even further in time and see if there's really a true gap to fill or there's not. And there is if you go back far enough. There isn't, I should say, if you go back far enough, but a lot of traders may not, and they'll see if they just go back a couple of years here into 2023 and then into 2020, you know, essentially they go back just 2 years, they may not see that, or maybe a year, right? But if you go back far enough, you'll realize there's not a true gap to fill. But I would say it's got a real high likelihood to get up to that 135 area. You can see how pronounced that is. Bounce. I mean, right on my crosshairs. Look at that, right? And then over 135, my next area up, I would say, is just a nice whole round number of 150, even though we don't see it. I'd call it that. And over it, I'd say I moved to 160-ish area. So 150 to 160, I'd probably group together. Over that, watch for move up to 170. Over 170, watch for move up to around the 180-ish mark. We're just moving in 10-cent increments here, so nothing too crazy. And then over that to 190. Over 190 to 2. Over 2 to 210. I mean, I'm literally just seeing areas over and over and over every 10 cents. And another one at 220-ish area, 225. Over 225, my first big pop. I don't think we'll stop there at 235. I think we'd get up to about 250. Over 250, then another decent size went up to, now we're finally running in 25-cent increments like we should, up to 275. Over 275 area, watch for a pop to 3, if not a hair over it, to this 310 area. Over 310 for a pop to 325. Over that, we'll get another good pop to 350. Over 350, I don't know if these little lower shells, but that congestion runs in at 375, 380, and then you definitely see some at 4. Over 4, there's really nothing there. There's a little bit right there at 425, I would see, and then again to 450. You know, and then it's kind of hard to justify. And then from here is great. 5 to 550. You see an upper shadow at 5, then another one at 550. And so that's what you're looking for if you're going back in past chart history. You're finding those key areas of, again, trying to find a lot of touches. Like right there's a good one at 180. You know, this 170 to 180 area. So you can see bounce, 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 bounce. Resistance right through this area. Bounce right there. Resistance right there. Support right there. Bounce and resistance, then right? So you can just put your crosshairs right around from 180-ish area down to around 170-ish and know that 170 to 180-ish is going to be some strong resistance. I love seeing those. That's a strong area of saying, man, you know, that's definitely could be the high of day. Now, would I short it there? No, but it's one of those things you can go ahead and look for ahead of time. Then again, how to chart that overall. You know, sometimes we will get like a Lucy type play. You know, 5 minutes fine. You know, like say if we're running for multiple days here. I think there was one last week that was running for multiple days. I guess AKAN. Not really so much, but what you'd want to really do is essentially you're going to be using, you know, maybe a 5 minute time frame. I don't think we've had one that's really run here recently. FFIE was a no one, but you would just use essentially a 5 day, 5 minute time frame. You can use 15 minute again if you want to here as well. But usually don't need more than 5 days, and you can just kind of find your charts like right here. It's saying under 110. Watch for move down to around 105-ish area. Under that down to $1, and then of course, after that, I like to use again just kind of going back in time. Go to the 15 day, 15 minute time frame. So go back after this. $1 area. If you do have to go back further under $1, then look for 90 cents, and under 90 cents I see that's how I break it down. Now I'm going to give what to do in market and what I'm looking for in market. So that's going to be part 3 of this. Part 2 is just charting, how to find levels, how to find past chart history levels, what I'm looking for in market, kind of how I'm finding levels. Next one's going to be in market. This is part 2 is kind of leading you up, finding, what I'm looking for overall, in market, day in, day out, before I head into market. And so I'm kind of leading you in, from slowly but surely into market conditions. Okay, now it's pre-market. What do we do? And that's when I'll do part 3 is in pre-market and talk about what I'm looking for right now, what you guys should be looking for into the opening bell, at the opening bell. And then I'll, kind of rewind the clock and go back the day before and then break down a day and say, okay, now maybe you just came in an opening bell. Okay, maybe you just came in and it's an hour after the opening bell. And so part 3 will have kind of like 3 parts to it, like, hey, it's pre-market. What do I do? Hey, it's opening bell. I just jumped in. What do I do? And then, hey, I'm kind of showing up a little bit late today. What do I do? And we'll give you your give you that kind of thought process and what I'm doing, breaking down charting as far as in market conditions. This today is just giving you, hopefully, as you really are kind of seeing, for those large cap plays, the first thing you need to be doing, 15-day, 15-minute time frame, finding the channel and identifying the channel. Secondly, how much have you moved for me recently? What kind of mover are you? $2, $3, $5 mover. Then after that, start putting in those levels. If you're a $3 or $4 mover, go up $3, $4. Go down $3, $4. You're like whatever your mover is, go up and down and put levels in that amount for you to trade that day. And don't forget, if you need to go up and away, what intervals to use. Those smaller movers like 25 and 50 cent. 25 and 50 cents up to the whole round number. The bigger movers, love every $1 to $1.50, if not $2.50 in every $5. So pay attention to what you're trading, what intervals it moves, how much of a mover it is. Mark those levels in a 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Use the 4-hour if you have to go back in, further back in time. Find a lot of those support resistance areas that touch up. A lot more touches, the better in a certain area, especially if they're really refined. And the more touches, whether it's support, consolidation, I don't care how they show up. And then secondly, on top of that, what do they do when they're touching? Once you crack them or you break back through them, like this area that we see here, now we know that that area is super key. So anytime we go through it, whether it's up or down or bouncing on it or reversing at it, it's going to have a pretty good move. All right, there's your part 2 of the charting lesson. Part 3 coming out soon. Talk to you next time. Second part of Double Dual Stream Friday. It's an honor to get Adrian on the live stream. What I'm going to do is actually cancel. I'm going to save this email because I got the email that says you joined my Zoom. What an honor it is and a privilege to have you on, my man. So thanks for and your background. I thought my background was cool. And oh, you have a cool background. It doesn't even look at yours. Yours is so much better. Love it, my man. So what's the day consistent of?
Now, first off, can you hear me?
I can.
Am I mic'd up all right here?
Good to go. Good to go.
Perfect. Okay. So we're, as you know, we've moved to our vacation house because of the fires and everything up in the Palisades for a year. So our little office and studio here is very much an experiment. So if something goes wrong, we'll try to fix it.
You're good.
But, I've got everything right down to construction going on right outside the window here. But
love it.
Yeah. So how are you?
Good. Doing good. Loving the Good Friday here. Had one of my traders that I've kind of taught, and he's gotten successful earlier on. So some of that's a little newer. And then, of course, someone that's been doing this for a very long time in yourself. So getting the two ends of the spectrum of day traders, which I love. So good day for me, really, about teaching and learning today. Beautiful weather outside. Must be for you as well. How's the weather for you?
It's nice. It's like mid 70s here in Southern California, so it's been a little foggy in the morning. We're on an island now, so it's not up in Los Angeles. It was just sunshine all day, every day, and down here it's fog in the morning and then beautiful all day. So it's really nice. It's
So
really good.
we'll just get
Good
straight.
place to trade from.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're in California, boy, it's definitely. Well, of course, you're going. It seems like back and forth between Florida and California, so you're getting good weather all the time. It seems like.
Yep.
All right, so the trading setup. I see 4 monitors behind you. We'll just get into that. Just for just questions that I see. I was a broadcast journalism major. You remember that? We talked about that in Florida, and so I see stuff and I have to have questions. What's your minimum amount of monitors that you want to have? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? If you had to work with monitors, how many do you like to have? What's your go-to?
So when we're on a travel rig, which we do a lot, then we just have 2 monitors. They're not this big, of course, but for our home office, for this setup, I just want as much screen real estate as I can possibly get. So these are just 4 giant Dell Ultra Sharp flat monitors. The other side of the room over here you can't see is where Julie's setup is. She's got 4 big. She likes the curved monitors. So, data. We're just data driven. And, I'm trying to keep my eyes on the Mag 7 stocks during the day. So I like to be able to have all of those up on a chart behind me and, have all the analytics that I do on them on the charts behind me. So it just eats up a lot of screen space.
Yeah. And and even into that, so I see the Stream Deck behind you. Is that what it is? Stream Deck, correct? Is that what that
Right.
does? Yeah, right. So is that what you typically are using to trade, enter, and exit your trades? You use that?
I use it some. So I use it for, if a trade is just a real basic bracket kind of a setup, then I don't have to pull the bracket up on my order entry screen. I can just hit a button and, scale in, scale out. I've got it set up, where it'll do sort of complicated brackets, get me in 100% on, like Tesla this morning. I had a trade where I was, going long on the opening range breakout, the breakout of the pre-market, and I wanted to set that up as a structured bracket for the exit so that I'd have an exit with a dollar profit, and then have 25% of the positions go out at the next level, and 25% at the next level, 25. So you want to set the bracket up that way, and that takes time if you're doing it with a mouse. If you're trying to click. And it's instant if you just have a button to push. So yeah.
Love it. Yeah, I've got a lot of traders that kind of go back and forth between the two, having those, and like you said, kind of the uses for it has its times when you want to use it and such. So, well, I just want to get straight to the basic. I'm sure you get asked this. I'd imagine almost any first time interview, but the traders at 2, 3, 400 that'll have view this today, and of course I'll record this and repost it, and so hopefully more and more watch it down the line. Just talk about your journey. When you first started, and the differences of 1998 to say 2008 to maybe 2018 and where we're at now. Just talk about your journey and the changes you've seen over the years as well.
Wow. So I mean, we started pretty much trading just the New York Stock Exchange. That was where we collected all the data that we built our trading business on. So we were grad students at the time. We were working on PhDs, and PhD is all about data sets, and you're all about trying to figure out. In our case, it was behavioral finance. So back when we started, this was about there's a specialist on the other side of every trade. And the guy in the booth, we actually had the opportunity to know all these guys because we were down on the floor a bunch. And you started to build this bias of the stock has a personality based on if Jason at the Barclays booth is trading Michael Kors or Disney or Harley, that personality of that stock is going to be different than the guy at Post 13 who's trading St. Jude. St. Jude was forever our enemy because he really maintained his order book differently than some of the guys who we just liked trading with. Fast forward a couple of years and you're adding NASDAQ to the equation because now NASDAQ has become not just it wasn't such a pink sheet exchange anymore. It was a legitimate exchange. It was where some of the big tech names were trading. Microsoft was at NASDAQ, and it started developing in a way that we saw that it was going to be part of our future. So now you're trading ECNs. Now you're going, and back then it wasn't as simple as sending something to a smart route. So
Right.
we were working SOS machines, a small order execution system. We were working, you're routing orders to Instinet, to Bloomberg Tradebook, to the island, right? You had to know where the order was being routed to figure out if you were going to have an efficient trade, if you're going to be able to get the size off. And
Right.
so there was a lot of technical skill involved in your order routing. And, over the years, it's been, they got more and more similar. I mean, they're still very different animals, NYSE and NASDAQ, but, order routing isn't such a priority anymore. It's, you can use ARCA just to route down to NYSE. You use NASDAQ to route directly into NAS. There's no more gamesmanship of trying to figure out where you're gonna send your order. And it's been, 97 was really when I wrote the first book, and really the book that still guides everything that we do today. It was all based on market cyclicality and the fact that market cycles are things that happen on the macro level, and they're things that happen on the micro level. So you get all the way down into intraday data, and you're seeing the exact same patterns setting up as you see on the daily charts. And that's been the hallmark of our trading, I think, and the reason that we've been successful is we kept it pretty simple. And you don't see on my charts, you're not seeing a bunch of indicators. There's not a lot of, I keep 2 standard deviation bands up. I keep the volume weighted average price on there, the VWAP. I keep the anchored VWAP on. And then other than that, it's just drawing a bunch of lines on charts, figuring out where the order flow is. About 10 years ago, Bookmap came along, and that's a useful tool. Lets you see. Now we're equities traders. I think it's more helpful on the future side. For us, it's helpful for scalping, right? So for sort of tighter range trades, we look to it and treat it the same way that we've treated order flow since the beginning. So the thing that's hard for some of the newer guys we work with, where we'll do these boot camps, and it's a once a year thing. We do a boot camp for 20 traders, and when they come, a lot of them are coming from a totally different profession. We've also had market makers, guys who are floor traders who are now going to be upstairs traders. Different game, right? It's no longer just order flow that's non-directional. Now you have to have a little bit of a directional bias in what you're doing. The market makers, they get it. The retail guys who are coming in for the first time, they'll see something on the Bookmap. They'll see 10,000 shares, 50,000 shares, 60,000 shares sitting above the market, and they'll say, "Oh, market's going to go down."
Right.
And I'll tell them, "No, market's going to go right to those levels."
Yeah.
Because as a market maker, right, you're compensated for this order flow. You want to get to the order. You might buy what's in between here and there yourself just to get it to the big order.
Yeah.
And so that's counterintuitive, and I tell traders a lot of times that your gut's always going to be wrong. I've got one guy who's a gambler who is sadly, he's a gifted trader, but he's definitely a gambler, and his downfall is always if it's going up, he just thinks it has to go down, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna come in
Yeah.
because it's up too
I
high.
know a
It's
lot
up
of
too
those
high.
traders. Yeah, I know a lot of those traders. Yeah.
And I tell them every day, I just say, you know what, if you see the order flow sitting there, then think, if I think back to when Julie and I started trading and we were definitely order flow traders when, we've run hedge funds, we've done the whole gamut over the years. And if I see a big block of orders sitting there and I know that I'm going to get paid $2 per hundred, or as a $2 broker, you're getting $2 a hundred shares you're transacting. I know a guy who bought a beach house in the Hamptons in one IBM trade on the floor.
Wow.
This is a long time ago, right? This is when you're still executing these giant trades. But that's still very much the mentality is you go to the volume. That's where you got to take your market orders and clear out these big shares you're trying to move. And if you can just get people to the point that they say a lot of trading is not about intuition, it's about counterintuition, then I think it gets easier for them to be profitable.
Yeah. Talk about validity. Of course, even when I started in about 2017, 2018, speaking of the Mag 7, which I've gotten into finally and paid attention to this decade, not much when I first started, just how much more volume, how more volatile the stocks are. Has that changed your mentality? Again, I love what you were saying about the simpler and it made my heart like glow with you do your anchored VWAP or your VWAP. You don't have the lines that you have in aren't a bunch of indicators. You're essentially putting the lines in to trade the chart and you're keeping it very simple. So I loved hearing that. So has anything really changed much then since we've gotten more, Tesla and Meta or any of these plays that now can move 10, 20, $30 in a day? Has anything changed because of that?
Um, for me, and I apologize for the noise, Newport Beach is putting our utility lines underground, so
You're good. You're
it's
good.
it's going to be that kind of month around here. But um, we've definitely made the shift. So the NYSE stuff that we've always done is still to this day automated because the personality of the exchange, the NYSE listed securities are going to be much tighter to support and resistance. It's still pretty much a designated market maker system where, one guy is deciding where he's a buyer, where he's a seller. Open that up and go to the more volatile stocks, the Teslas and the we trade a lot of Tesla, we trade, but we also trade Amazon and Apple, right, which are not very volatile.
Right.
And really, it's just a matter of you need to know how you're going to bracket up that volatility, what you're going to do with the volatility when it's in front of you. And on something like a Tesla, we tell our guys the important thing is figure out your risk and make sure you've got a stop that's a very natural stop. You have to, whether it's if you're trading Horton or one of the home builders or something on the NYSE, and you can set your stops at 40 or 50 cents. That's a natural stop based on support and resistance. If you're trading Tesla and it's a $4 stop, it's still got to be based on support and resistance. Can't be, market doesn't care how much you're willing to lose or what you'd like to make. The market's going to go where the order flow is, and the order flow is what determines support and resistance. So we tell people, just scale the size. Don't move the stop. If the stop is too big for you, trade 50 shares, right? You don't have to trade 1,000 shares of everything. I mean, we'll take smaller shares of Tesla. I'll do 500 shares on a Tesla trade all day and keep the share size lower just because I don't want the extra risk. Right. Or on the indices, I've gone and I do a lot of trading on the QQQ or the spiders, and I'll do that vis-a-vis the futures market. So I'll go and trade NQ or ES because I don't have to put out so much margin, right, to control the position. You can just a couple contracts is enough it'd be $400,000-$500,000 a margin on the equity side. I do my analysis on the equity because that's where I'm comfortable analyzing things, and then I'll let the trade go off in the futures. But all of it, when it comes to volatility, is about you need to control your entry. So I've got, the gambler I was talking about, John, not embarrassed to be called out. He's like that stubborn about the whole thing, and his biggest problem is on the entries. He doesn't wait. So I'll say, look, you want to do Tesla, and where you want to get in $440 on a pullback, let's say, and then we're going to take it long. So number one, he hates waiting for it to revert to like a fib level or something, and if he's going to be long, then he's got to see it bounce, he's got to see it inflect, and then instead of getting in 440, he's getting in at 442. And I'll say, well, listen, if you got in at 440, your stop was like 439. You got in 442, your stop's still 439.
Yeah.
When it comes back to the entry price, I'm at break even, you're down $2.
Yeah.
You need to go and figure out how to control this risk a bunch of different ways. And it's this, stubborn insistence to say, well, he says, well, if you think it's going to 440 and it's at 447 right now, then what I'm going to do is short it because I think it's going to fall anyways, and so do you apparently. And I'll say, no, I don't think it's going to fall. I said, if it gets there, that's where I want to go long. But it might go another $4 like it did this morning, right? It took off.
Yeah, it did. Yep.
It took off. We had a totally different. We had a great trade on Tesla first thing in the morning today, but it's not waiting for it to go in reverse.
Right.
And he wound up digging himself out of a $5,000 hole pretty much the entire session today, again, because as the thing made 1 bar, 2 bars higher, by the time it was 3 bars, just magically, magical thinking is, well, now it's going to reverse and it's going to go lower because Adrian said he's waiting for a fib reversal.
Right, yeah.
And had nothing to do with I was waiting. I wasn't. You've got Bernard Baruch, like 100 years ago, said, successful speculation is the art of anticipating the anticipators. I think I got that quote correct.
Yeah.
And that's very much true. You just have to figure out where it's likely to go and get ready to do something if that plays out. And if it doesn't play out, just work on the next thing, work on the next idea until you finally get in front of something that actually does what you're looking for it to do. I only had 3 trades today in Tesla, and I just had a text from John saying, it took him 70 trades to dig out of the hole that he was at. 70 trades with a $5 commission on each one.
Yeah.
And you're putting yourself in front of a lot of risk just to get back to zero because you're not willing to wait for the right trade. So that's my take on volatility. Is you have to make sure that the opportunities you get in front of are really there. And when they're there, you want to get in as close to your stop as you possibly can.
Right. Everything I love that you're saying, I'm like, yes, this is the stuff that I teach and preach to my traders. So I want to be like, guys, you hear what he's saying? I say this all the time. So coming from you, I love hearing this stuff. But I did the same thing early on. I overtraded, and I'd say, why am I trading 40, 50 times in a day just to get back to even? And I'm like you. I trade 2, 3, 4. I mean, I don't have, there are setups in those days where you may trade more, but I love exactly all the stuff you've been saying. So let's just go back to almost, speaking of John, how big to you is back testing? How big to you is journaling? How big to you is tracking and going over what you're doing?
So journaling is huge. Back testing. Back testing is very useful as long as you're not curve fitting your data. So I'm all for biases. I think if you're back testing a system and you want to layer on biases about the market. Okay, well, I don't want to trade. So we don't trade Mondays, really. We just trade the open on Mondays, and then we go do other stuff. We're very much about just trading the first hour. The first hour is really our bread and butter. We're very much about Friday afternoons with 0-day options and all this stuff. Friday afternoons are a problem, and you want to, if you are trading, you want to do things like look for call walls and look for put walls and see let's
see if it comes back up here. I noticed a little bit of that lag coming in, kind of coming from both our sides for the internet there, team.
Theory about where price is likely to move and what the reaction is going to be to, like, I've got, on my charts, people ask me what the volume by price data is showing, the stuff on the y-axis on the right side of the chart, why doesn't that look like volume profile? Well, that's a hierarchical cluster analysis of volume. So what I did was back tested a bunch of ideas about, how do you figure out whether or not volume is important at a specific price level.
Right.
And if you're putting that model together and you're saying, great, I want to know, is this valid, and is it valid certain times of day, certain days of the week? That's fantastic. If all of a sudden you're back testing a system, and you're down to, geez, if I've got bread in the oven and sunny day, and this is going on, that's going on, man, I've seen people come up with these crazy ideas where they.
Whoa, no, the Zoom just shut down there. Oh, good golly. Zoom just shut down on us. Oh, God bless. Having some issues. All right, team, we're working on this. Sorry. I guess today my internet is just that bad here in the afternoon here, and I wish I had direct connect to my internet, but right now I do not, unfortunately, because there we go. There we go.
That are going to play into this, that along with back testing and anything else, you've got simulated trading, and the guys who profit from spending time on a trading simulator are people who are just sort of trying to figure out. I've never met an unprofitable paper trader, but
yeah,
when you're simulating, if what you're doing, I'll still, if we spend a lot of time at airports and things, and I'm going to give speeches for whoever. I mean, going to New York or going to Milan, you've got a lot of time on your hands, and I'll sit there and simulate a bunch of trading ideas in, I'm friends with the guys at Trading Sim, so I use their stuff pretty frequently. I'm not trying to say, geez, if I do it exactly like this, what's going to happen Monday morning? Can I, if I get profitable on this thing, then, I'll be able to translate that idea straight to the market. I'm just trying to test ideas and see. Whether you're back testing or you're forward testing or you're simulating, it's all good stuff, but there's no substitute for sitting in front of the machine and actually doing the trades. And as for journaling, you've got to journal. I mean, today, our journals look very different than they used to. When we started trading, our journaling would be, down to the minutia. Didn't feel great this morning, traded anyways. Here's where we wound up. Trade by trade analysis. I was looking at this setup, and this is what I was thinking at the time. And today our journals are more just, it tracks every trade, looks at it. Is it one of the patterns that we saw? And if it is, did we play it by the rules? Did we break the rules? You break the rules, you're back to school, kind of a thing. But for newer traders, I think you need to hit pause after a trade and write things down and get as much information down on a piece of paper as you possibly can about why you got in. Did you tick everything on your checklist? Did you do everything the way that you were supposed to do it? And then what was the result? And then you just review that stuff maybe once a week or once every couple of weeks, go through and say, all right, I've got 2 weeks worth of data, together. How did the system perform?
I love it, boss. Unfortunately, my internet too today, because I will see. Well, which I don't know if you can. We talked about all the dogs.
You're freezing here.
Yeah. See, yeah. Dang it! My internet. I cannot wait to get my cord back. We'll have to get Adrian back on again here. See if Zoom can pull back up here. Here we go. There we go. See if it pulls back on up here. Can you hear me, Adrian? Gosh, dang it. The one time Thanks, Merlin, for chewing my cord up here. Arriving.
You're breaking up a little bit. Am I breaking up on your end?
It
too?
just
Is
went
this,
down. Well, here's the thing.
connected
We
stuff?
talked about all the dogs that I have. Unfortunately, my Great Dane has chewed up my Ethernet cord, so I literally am on Wi-Fi today. And yeah, I'm expecting from Amazon the new Wi-Fi cord. So that was what was going on. It's on my end. It actually is not on your end today. It's on my end. So you have been more than amazing. That's what sucks right now. Do you hear me right now, Adrian? Adrian? Gosh dang it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to have to redo this with him again, unfortunately, and I'll kind of edit that down and post it as much as I can. What I'm going to do right now is probably stop the stream here soon because this thing just keeps glitching on me. And end this Zoom with him, and then after we end the Zoom, I'm going to end the stream for the day. Let's see if it pulls back up here. It just keeps trying to pull up, and I don't know why my internet today is absolutely... There it is. Sorry. My internet. Can you hear me now, Adrian? Yeah, see, he's still frozen. Can you... Yeah, gosh dang it. All right, guys, I'm going to stop the stream. Stopping the stream, team. I'm so sorry. This is getting ridiculous here. I know you guys, because I'm right here. I'm still here. This guy, it just keeps doing this over and over and over. My Zoom keeps connecting and reconnecting, connecting and reconnecting. And it's the internet. For whatever reason, my internet today and this afternoon was better this morning. I have no idea why this afternoon it's gotten so glitchy. All right, yep. I'm going to stop the stream, team, because it's not letting me get this up. I'm going to end this with him so he knows, and then I'll get the new stream up.